recording, please. It is December 12th, 2024. This is the Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors. We are having our special board meeting held in the Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors office in Olympia, Washington, and also on WebEx. To start the agenda, I am going to go around the table and then online with a roll call. And I'll start. I am Marjorie Lund, Chair of the Board.
Hendrickson, Vice Chair.
Matt Rasmussen,
Representing
Board member.
surveyors.
Mackenzie Wariat, Board Staff.
Bryce Dickinson, Board Staff.
Randy Garcia, Board Staff.
Chris Horton, staff.
Greg Schieferstein, staff.
James Wengler, Pro Tem.
Mike Harney, Board Member.
Dave Peden, Structural Board Member.
Maureen Jackson, board member.
Okay, and behind,
Shannon must be staff.
thank you. And online, let's start with Aaron.
Aaron Blaisdell, PLS board member.
Ivana,
Lana Kramer, board staff.
do I have anyone, any guests in WebEx?
We do not.
Anyone that I've not filed to identify themselves? Okay, fabulous. I need a motion to approve the order of agenda.
And Madam Chair, I apologize. It looks like your annotated was left off of 1.1.1.
Oh, I better start looking at both.
We were introductions of new board members, pro tem, and agency staff.
Wow, okay.
I apologize for that.
That right now. Welcome, Matt. Do you want to give us a little background? And
Okay, so we've all met. I'm representing the land surveyors, but I'm duly licensed as an engineer and land surveyor. I've been practicing for going close to getting 20 years of total experience, primarily in the public sector. So I haven't had a lot of time in the private sector, but I spent a lot of time as a public works director, plan reviewer. I have a lot of experience reviewing other people's work. So I think that's a strength that I can bring to the board, and I really appreciated getting to know everybody. The committee meetings yesterday were enjoyable and a lot of good work going on, so I'm looking forward to serving.
fabulous, thank you. Randy,
I'm Randy Garcia, and I'm investigator the compliance manager. I'm replacing Joel Short. Met new board members yesterday, and looking forward to getting to know everybody, working with everybody.
excellent, thank you. Anyone else that I've missed that we want to introduce? Okay. Hearing,
Jim as a pro tem, if you want to announce that.
Jim, our new pro tem.
Yeah. Tell us a little about yourself.
And probably my last board meeting. So
Oh,
congratulations.
thank you.
I cannot face the fact that it is Jim's last board meeting because I have really valued your opinions and input into things. So it is going to be a and not have you there.
You got a good person coming up. Matt's going to do a great job. But thank you so much. And I really appreciate everybody's friendship and professionalism over the years. It's been a really fun thing to do. So thank you all.
Maybe everybody knows this. Jim was telling me last night that the years is 20 years because he was at these meetings as LSAW liaison.
10 years prior to being on it. So
Yeah, so he's been at these meetings for 20 years.
it's like half your life. I know.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the order of agenda.
I move to approve the agenda as.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion of the order of agenda? All right. All those in favor of approving the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, so now the exciting piece of this is that we do not have any case closures to discuss. And it's my understanding that Elizabeth does not have any. She does.
She does.
Oh, well, that would have been nice to know ahead of time.
That's why we allowed for the kind of the 15 minutes.
All right. Okay, so I see Elizabeth is online. Thank you for joining us. We do have an executive session then. And since we have no guests online, I'm assuming Mackenzie, still no guests online.
No guests online still.
That we will be in executive session until 8:30 a.m. That should give us time to hear from our advising attorney general and perhaps a little break. And then we will reconvene the recording and be online again at 8:30. So Mackenzie, can you pause the recording and excuse any? Start the recording and open up the waiting room.
We're all set.
Are there any additional attendees?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right, so we are back in session at 8:30. And item 2.1, approval of the November 18th, 2024 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion, comments about the meeting minutes? All right, and Mackenzie, I need you to watch for Aaron's hand because the way his name is listed, there is no room for the little hand thing
Yeah,
to show up, so,
I'll keep my eye out.
okay. All right, all those in favor of approving the November 18th, 2024 meeting minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 2.2 is public comment opportunity. However, we have no public in attendance, so we are going to move on to disciplinary actions. And Randy, you can help me confirm that we have no cases for closure.
None.
None. Great. So we have no case deliberation. So let's move right into the disciplinary report, which is in your packet. And is there any comments for Randy on the disciplinary report? Looks like we are doing a pretty good job of whittling down some of the older cases and a lot fewer cases going on. Quite a bit with legal right now.
Do we have a hearing coming up? Or did that get canceled?
Excuse me, it did get canceled. The respondent signed an agreed order with us that was presented in October. So with that,
Did we remove the hold on our
they
calendars?
did remove the hearing from their calendars.
I know.
And if you have it, please let me know.
It was intended for towards the end of February, like about the 20th or something. So I'm sure that's not on anyone's calendar.
It was deleted on my end, but sometimes they hang on, so let me know.
Well, and some of us have to move it to a different calendar.
That's what I
to
was just looking at.
Make sure that we have all our meetings in the same spot. Okay, any comments about the disciplinary report? Right. Then moving right along,
It is still on my calendar.
I think it's,
I had a version where I kicked forward to my own. work. I had to.
yeah, so this is
That's still there.
just notice to confirm that that has been canceled and will not be needed, so.
Okay.
Committee reports, we're gonna start with the on-site committee. Mike, do you have a report for us?
I think so. Sorry, excuse me.
It's okay.
Vonna, did you send that to me?
Yes, yes, I did.
I have it pulled up if you wanna come over here. My laptop won't go to you without
Okay.
the cord.
Some people want to sit, the chair seat for a second.
Is it a
Yeah.
special seat? Does it have a gavel?
It does.
So now the battery.
Do you want me to resend it to you, Mike?
No, I've got it. Okay, so the on-site committee met on November 25th at 1 p.m. Virtually, as well as in person here at the board offices. Present was the committee, including myself, excuse me, Rick Wilkerson, Fletcher Parker, Bob Suggs, Bob Goodman, with support staff Ken Fuller, Christina Horton, Vonna Kramer, Mackenzie Warrett, Bryce Dickinson. Is it Dickinson?
Dickinson.
Okay. It was Dickinson for some reason.
Everyone.
Sorry.
That was.
And Greg Schieferstein. You're welcome. With guests Lee McIntyre and Marjorie Lund. So we had a few discussion topics. The first being an update on WOSA. They have a new executive director, Lee McIntyre, who was a guest at our meeting. He's going to assume that role in January of 2025. Be succeed. Was that a?
It was mass wiggle.
Okay. I thought you were being subtle. Succeeding Chuck Ahrens. Lee introduced himself and he shared updates on WOSA's initiatives. Those include enhancements to WOSA training and webinars in collaboration with DOH. We discussed those trainings a little bit, and there was discussion and confirmation that some of that training is going to be centered around some of the topics that seem to be an issue for exam takers. Some of the exam results recently have been poor, and so they were going to concentrate on areas that seem to be an issue for people to take the test. Other initiatives including plans to revise and improve exam preparation classes, and he also agreed to participate with the on-site committee as a guest at this point to further those efforts. Secondly, we got an update on DOH WOSA regulator training. That update was provided and concerned the new regulator training outline. It includes 3 months or 12 months of training overall. That's in the report if you're interested in reading through that and what that entails. We did receive a complaint in writing about the last exam. It basically was that the exam was too difficult and that the cut scores were inconsistent. We had a discussion about that and discussed in particular the exam requirements for regulators and designers. As you guys know, everybody's required to take the same exam, but there seems to be more of a struggle for the non-designers in actually passing the exam. I think that's been acknowledged over time, and I think that was part of the issue here. And we're going to revisit the topic in the next committee meeting. There was a, um, I hesitate to call it a proposal, but there was a thought from some that were present there in the meeting that perhaps there ought to be two different examinations, one for designers and one for inspectors or regulators, recognizing the fact that the designers, because they kind of see the full process from cradle to grave, including construction, and the regulators do not, are in a better place and better equipped to take the exam, whereas the regulators tend to struggle. Um, I see the pain on your face, Doug. It was noted that there's reasons why it's the same exam for everybody. Generally speaking, it didn't sound like the committee with the SMEs who were present in that meeting were in favor of going forward with the idea of two separate exams. But as it was a new topic that was brought up in the committee meeting, it was deferred to the next meeting.
Can I ask a question, Mike?
Yes, ma'am.
Do the regulators, are they just doing field regulation, operation, or are they the ones that actually review the design and give the DOH permit?
Yeah, they perform that review function, but I think as Matt noted earlier, that you know, some people spend their career reviewing other people's work, and in this particular case, anyway, I think with the format of the exam and the types of questions that need to be asked of people that are actually designing these systems, the regulators who don't spend every day actually going through those calculations and designs themselves and thinking it through in that manner seem to struggle. Clearly, the argument is that if they're reviewing and regulating that work, they ought to have the same qualifications and level of competency as the people that. The hope, quite honestly, Madam Chair, is that with some of the new training focused around some of those issues from WOSA, that perhaps they can help bring these regulators up to speed, because I think that would be the goal, right? Rather than lowering the bar, kind of bringing people up to the bar that are struggling to meet it.
Yeah, I was impressed with their conversations about the training programs that is, you know, working on DOH, so that was encouraging.
I will note really quickly here before Mr. Hendrickson speaks that it was noted on our committee meeting that one of the board members present at this table took the on-site exam and passed it with flying colors with no experience in on-site design. That individual is not me.
Studied all night before. No. Comment?
I think there's a subtext on the regulator side.
Okay.
Is that the applicants and testees, the applicants for examination, are in a career path that prompts them to get to a higher certification faster for more money. And so they
On the regulator side.
less likely to be long-term experience. They are trying to get as much money into their job package as possible.
You were the chair of the committee before, right? And so that's why I'm looking at you. You're familiar with these issues, et cetera. It seems to me now that that part of the issue is that folks are either being moved or maybe of their own volition try to move into these regulatory positions from maybe other positions within their department or their agency, and don't have a lot of prior experience with on-site design or on-site systems, and try to pass this examination within 1 year of employment. Within that complaint, there was I guess I can't even call it an insinuation. There was a statement that that regulators that don't pass the examination within a certain short period of time, 1 to 2 years, risk being terminated by their agency because they can't pass the exam. The people that were present in the on-site committee meeting, the SMEs mainly, noted they had never heard of that happening. They opined that most likely what would happen if somebody from that agency had been moved into a on-site regulatory position when was incapable, it seemed to pass in that exam, they would be moved out of that position and into perhaps another position within the agency, unless there were overall other competency issues or something. But they never heard of anybody being fired because they were not able to pass the on-site exam.
Aaron, question, comment about the examination and complaint part of his report? I haven't let him finish his report yet.
Yeah, that's what I was going to comment on is previous committees that I was on as well. We first started talking about the examinations and the sort of makeup and really the breadth and depth of the exam. And at that time, the committee felt that the health department, DOH, various counties, they were all in support of having a rigorous examination because it's public health. They also said at the time, representatives from the agencies said at the time that their own agencies have a duty also to provide adequate examinations. So they have skin in the game, right? It's not that our board has come up with this exam that we feel is adequate to evaluate the candidates. No, the agencies and the industry, the health departments themselves ask for this level of examination and evaluation. So I would ask whether the health department, they need to step up their training for these individuals in order to meet the evaluation, right? Not that we need to somehow start lowering the bar on these evaluations. Maybe the training themselves need to step up and rise to the occasion. Those are my comments.
Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate it, Aaron. And I don't think that, there's really much appetite on the committee for entertaining lowering the bar, as you say, or a separate examination. It was brought up as a topic, so I think we owe it being aired in our next committee meeting, but I don't expect it'll go far. It seemed to be very strong consensus amongst the people that spoke up before we tabled it that we not do something like that.
Yeah, it's not the agency that's complaining about the bar. It was one inspector examinee.
And once we dug into the complaint, quite honestly, and it's detail it's not included in the report here, that individual appeared to have a lot of incorrect information about prior cut scores, things like that they were referring to, that we have no record of cut scores being as low as this person was saying that they were, and that the bar had been increased recently, things like that. So there seemed to be some just false and perhaps salacious information that they were referring to in their complaint. And right, they clearly, if they believe that information to be true, then it was probably upsetting to them that they were struggling passing and bar had been raised, et cetera.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sure it's not complimentary to the individual to say reflectively, I would pass if you had a low cut score. That would,
Yeah.
that would, I hesitate to say that's a high performance goal.
They did not put their complaint in those words.
Yeah.
Any more questions on that topic? I'm not done with my report.
Yeah,
The next item here, coincidentally, is increasing some complexity in the exam, with specifically with adding design calculations and quantitative items to the exams. Right now, they're very light on quantitative type questions, so mathematical questions. The SMEs believe that needs to be added to cover what the designers do. And so that is something that the committee intends to do. We referred that matter to the OSW SMEs to follow up with potential updates for us to consider including in future examinations. And then lastly, we discussed apparently a series of unfortunate fatalities and one recently in Washington, which involve small children accessing on-site storage tanks and dying. And there is a proposal from the industry to mandate fall protection devices in septic tanks. Specifically, we discussed the incident that took place in Lakewood, Washington this year, where a child fell into an unsecured tank. Sounds like a lot of discussion's been going on in the industry at looking at state legislation and changes, possibly, even at the local and county level. So we discussed possible updates and how we could support those different agencies and working together to identify possible changes for safety reasons. There was no resolution or anything that came out of that other than just a discussion at this point.
Okay.
That's my report.
Thank you. Comments, other questions for Mike?
Just that last subject starts to get into whether, that might be local code implementation. I don't know that the state would do that. But the parallels are all over the place. I know an engineer who lost a child as a toddler because under the toilet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't mandate everyone put fall protection in toilets.
Understood. I don't know that there's much for this board to do with regard to this topic. As I understood it, as I heard about it from the SMEs, this device exists in a number of forms. It's very, very inexpensive to install. So their opinion appeared to be that there wasn't much of a reason to start mandating it. Clearly, they don't have the authority to do so, and we don't either. New applications. So their opinion was that it would be probably infeasible to try to have all existing tanks retrofitted, et cetera, et cetera. But when new tanks
It may become an insurance question for property insurance.
Sure.
That may be a driver, kind of like a lot of things. Not us, but how much it costs you to insure your property.
Right. There were no action items for the committee or this board discussion.
So Greg, we are covering the topic as a public interest in our Tacoma Home and Garden Show. Is there any information or things that you need in order to provide, public awareness?
No, I've been communicating with Wilkerson Smeeds. He has provided a whole bunch of PDFs and other things, which I've read all of those and a lot about them recently. But he'll be at the booth and we'll have experts there as well. So it's an excellent chance to talk to homeowners and landowners about this topic. And we'll have a demonstration for them too, as to what they look like and some information on how to get them installed. So.
Oh, fabulous. Great. Okay. All right. So moving on from on-site, everyone, to the structural committee.
Thank you. The committee met on December 6th at 9 a.m. In-person location here. Joining virtually was the committee of myself, Marjorie, and Chun. Support staff present was Christina, Vonna, Shannon, Elizabeth, Randy, and Bryce. We discussed the structural engineer registration application. Ms. Lund shared an example highlighting potential updates to the SE application. The discussion centered on additional updates and language corrections. And we discussed including a requirement for applicants to provide 2 to 3 verifiers of their work experience. This could include peer or client references. We do not mandate more than one, and so we often see just one verifier, and we're thinking that it would be better to have more, and that would also be similar to the NCAAS record verification process. We discussed the NCAAS SE exam results. Mr. Lau gave a brief update regarding the release of exam results. Currently, NCAAS will not release detailed information. Each board will receive only a pass-fail outcome on applicants.
For the total exam, there's 4 parts of the exam. They will not release pass-fail information for each section, but only when somebody passes all 4 parts of it. And they are not releasing the October results yet, which the whole idea of the CBT is to speed up the process in getting results, but there's still a lot of looking at individual issues and kind of addressing any complaints and comments before they make sure that we've got everything established. So Chun was back in Greenville during our meeting, and he had been asking them about that and said that they will release it in January for the October results.
Thanks, Marjorie. Next topic was decoupling of the SE exam. The committee revisited the decoupling of the SE exam. It was determined that further exploration of necessary RCW and WAC changes will be delegated to the EQC for review and recommendations.
Thank you.
Here's the hot potato.
Yeah.
Mike's got one back to you.
Yeah. Just gonna keep doing it.
Action items. Board committee action items. We staff to provide the full SE application, including the printable PDF from the licensing system for SE committee review. Mock-up of SE application updates. Staff to create a share a mock-up of the SE application on SharePoint. Include language requiring applicants to provide 2 to 3 verifiers, which would include peers or clients. So that takes a little bit of a tweak of the current language because it's a very technical verification. We're looking for, from a peer or a client, particularly a client, it could be more of a character or, how well did you do on the project type of verifier. And our deadline for that is mid-January. The decoupling, we're referring that to EQC. The California seismic exam requirement, that has been referred to EQC for further discussion. Comparison of SE applications, Pro Tem member Chun Lau to provide a summary comparing the SE applications from California, Oregon, and Utah with the current Washington SE application. That's the end of the report from the meeting. I don't know if it's appropriate to talk now about the contact from SEAW that we received. It's related to this.
Yeah, we have a section later in the meeting about coordination with other agencies and what is the
Affiliate, board affiliates.
We talk about it.
Yes, it's under 7,
Okay.
and I was going to talk about the examining things there, so.
Sounds good.
Thank you for bringing. Any comments, questions for Dave? All right, thank you. Survey committee report, Aaron.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the survey committee met yesterday at 8 a.m. I was virtual, and everyone else was, looks like it was present. The myself, Jim Wengler as pro tem, Matt Rasmussen attended as well, and Doug. Those were the committee members, staff present, Chris, Shannon, Jill, Randy, Greg, Bryce, Mackenzie, Vonna, and then also we had Elizabeth from the AAG online as well. Guests present were Tom Barger representing LSAW, and then Pat Beeler joined as well virtually. Started at 8:03. We discussed PDH, the compilation of the PDH and their recent PDH audits. Discussion about using outreach to talk about the importance of the PDHs with regard to WAC 196. We talked about that staff was more or less compiling all the various items or all the various categories that come in from the audits and come in from the PDH random audits. And really, some of them may not be specifically relevant to survey or the survey profession. And so I think as we go forward, we want to use Greg and the outreach efforts to have registrants, I guess, focus more on the survey relevance on their PDHs, at least with regard to some of the criteria. We talked about what happens if initiating a complaint, if a licensee doesn't, because part of the complaint process is we automatically ask for a PDH backup, and whether a respondent is compliant with PDHs. We talked about what happens if they're not compliant with PDHs, when in fact that may be entered into and added to the complaint itself. We talked about PDH carryover, consideration of whether renewals are on a calendar year basis or a renewal year based on their birth date. And the intent of the PDH requirement. We talked about 196.13, or I'm sorry, 196.16, 130 allows for carryover of PDH hours, but we needed Elizabeth, and this is an action item, we needed Elizabeth to review the statutes and rules to see if we have a clear carryover, whether we can carry over PDHs. Let's see. We also talked about the PLS state exam, and Chris gave along with Shannon and Vonna, gave a great update as to the project being the testing the new questions that are about to be coming up on the April exam or March exam, excuse me. We talked about that subject matter group. There is going to be a meeting set for January 23rd and 24th to do a full review of the two new exam forms. And so subject matter experts are going to be gathered to do that. Right now, there's, I believe Chris indicated that there was 10 confirmed attendees to that subject matter group for the 23rd. The next PLS survey exam, state exam, is going to be given on March 21st, 2025. We talked about the LCW conference in the end of February, and we talked about presentation materials, help with putting the PowerPoint presentation together. LCW has added another session, history. We've had between 2 and 3. LCW requested a fourth session. I think it's great because Jim could also add that we often get questions after the various sessions, and there's never enough time to answer everybody. There's never enough time to go down through the list of items that we want to ensure that the registrants have at the presentation. So added another session. Chris will be circulating the board presentation around to the various committee members, and so we can add things or take away. We talked about a little bit about the decoupling of the PLS exam, and I want to say we talked about it briefly, more or less how the board currently handles applications from decoupled states, and the impact of the exams if our agency decides to decouple the PLS exam or the PS exam from NCWS. We talked about the professional practice rule, which is WAC 19629-110. We talked about the potential or the idea of adding a retention of records or just a requirement that professionals keep their records as part of the analysis of their survey practice. So we're talking about field notes. We're talking about raw data and whether this is needed. We talked about the fact that I shouldn't say that, some of the respondents in investigations, they will often not have any backup information or backup notes. And so this is a way that we can encourage that professionals keep good backup notes and backup information. And it was clear that we have a rule, 19627A specifically says the obligation of the registrant is to provide information to the board when asked. And so if there's no information, registrants need to know, or the respondent needs to know, if there's no information, we can only investigate, and we can only respond to the information that's out there, which is often limited. It's sometimes not supportive of the respondents' actions. And so this is, again, another outreach item. We talked about the exam notification process. So staff presented to the committee sort of the process that we go through to notify candidates who have passed and those who have not passed, and really getting the word out to both the candidate, if they did not pass, the areas that they're deficient on, but also keep those reports or use that information for ourselves as an agency to then roll into outreach for areas that candidates are often deficient in areas of the state exam that they have not passed. And so that, again, encourages that participation from the profession themselves to maybe raise the bar in certain areas of training, of whether it's seminars, different resources to registrants. So we had plenty of, excuse me, we have plenty of action items come out of our committee, which I like. First action item was to both Jill and Randy are going to provide to the committee members the process that the staff goes through for PDH audits, whether they're random or through a complaint, just to understand that there is a process. Another action item was the AAG, Elizabeth Lagerberger, is going to look at 196.16, 110 for the application of the law, the threshold of PDH, the PDH requirement. Chris will add a slide for the PDH requirements to the LSAW conference presentation that will be circulated to the committee, and then eventually we will present that at the conference in February, March. Another action item was that Elizabeth was going to review the laws and rules to provide clarity on the PDH carryover item and whether we have conflicting rules and laws, or if it's clear that one way or the other, then the committee can actually potentially discuss changing it or keeping the same of whether we do allow carryover or not, and what that date is. Another action item, again, was cleaning up the LCW presentation materials. So Chris is going to circulate that around. Another action item was to ask the exam qualification committee to review and look at the PLS process for decoupling and keep the survey committee informed of the EQ's process or progress in discussing that. And so that was an action item. Another action item was to send a copy of the WAC 19627A to the committee members to whether or not there's any changes that need to be made to that specific WAC, and then include, I think, Tom Barger, who is the liaison to the Land Surveyors Association of Washington, include him as well on that WAC, potential WAC change, and just get their ideas or help on it. The last action item we had was Chris and Vana were going to look into whether or not we need or there should be an official letter that goes out to candidates who have passed or not passed the exams. Right now, I believe we use both email and follow up with a hard copy letter in the mail. Whether email is adequate or whether the mail is the best way to notify again. My personal thought was that oftentimes emails do not get updated with our board, and mail certainly is a better way, but in other cases, people don't keep up their mail address with our board, and email is the best way. I think that candidates who take the exam should be required to state one method or way that they want to be notified, and if that way is by mail, then they need to make sure that they keep their information up to date. So we didn't get too far into any of the strategic planning items because we had a lot to talk about. And so there are some items that we pushed over to the February committee meeting or future committee meetings. And then we adjourned at a little bit past our agenda time at 9:43. I would ask that the other committee members, if they have any information to add to the report, go right ahead. I can't see anybody's hands.
Aaron, I would say I had asked for extra manipulable data on the PDH audit results content so that I can do some PCA.
Yes, I forgot to add that in, Doug. Thank you. Any comments or questions for Aaron on the survey committee report?
Question, I'm sure.
Mike?
The discussion about retaining field notes. Is there, first of all, is there anything in the RCW or WAC that requires retention of field notes? Okay, seeing a lot of negative head shaking. I ask because in that way, and maybe in the only way, we have similar professions in that my profession does an awful lot of field work. And most of the firms that work in geotechnical engineering have policies that we expunge all of our field notes, field forms, field records, etc. once we produce recommendations, sealed recommendation in the form of a geotechnical report to a client or an owner. And, or in the case of things like drilling records, once we produce final drilling records that are included in a report, the notes from the person in the field are expunged. And the reason for doing that, and it's really an industry standard, so it's I'm not speaking for a particular firm, is a loss prevention issue, right? Dave's shaking his head. He probably understands and may have similar things in the structural field that it eliminates the potential that if there is a claim against the project, that you would find yourself as a witness having to explain to an opposing attorney why there are multiple versions of the same document with perhaps different things on them as things have been revised over time and then eventually included in final sealed recommendation to a client. So we, for that reason, and everybody, to my knowledge, in our profession, for that reason, expunges all that field data. And I don't clearly understand the standard of care, the state of practice for surveying. So I would defer to you guys, but I guess I put that out there because that's how we do things in geotech.
The standard of the industry is that you retain your field notes because you'll use those for future jobs.
I see.
So that stuff is retained because it's continually used. I use control that I established 25, 30 years ago.
Okay.
And when you place a statement on your survey that meets a standard, and then you have a complaint where obviously things are screwed up, you want to understand why. So you ask for the field notes to prove that you've met these standards. And that's where we're lacking. It doesn't, I don't have that. I think the excuse is, I don't want to give it to you, so I'm going to tell you I don't have it.
I see. So your surveying profession doesn't maybe run into the same issue of discrepancies in versions as things are revised before there's eventually
Not when it comes to
stamp on something.
mathematical closures on certain things or.
Okay.
It,
Those are all done right there in the book by hand. They're not done
No, it's
electronically.
It's the standard that's in the law for positional tolerance and closures, mathematical closures that you have to meet before you certify your survey as meeting those minimum standards. So
And that information is not shown on the recorded survey map. You're not showing your whole control, your traverse. That's not shown on the survey map. So you can't go to the recorded map and, oh, it's all here. It's in the field notes. It's in your raw data. It's in your reduced data.
So it sounds like you guys wouldn't believe that in the standard care for your practice or the standard practice that there is a legitimate loss prevention reason for
It's more advantageous for us to
Right.
keep the data.
because if a judge wants to know
How did you
you did
get
it,
there?
you're going to have to prove it to them.
I see.
It's generally, I think, over time, it's been proof if you're going to court. And I assume that every one of my surveys is going to end up. So you're protecting yourself and the public. That's, the statements that come on the survey end up being, in the cases I've seen, are almost fraudulent.
So there's no legitimate loss prevention reason for a surveyor to expunge those records. It's just carelessness or willful.
Well,
disregard.
so one thing that I will add, Mike, the somewhat of a difference between what you're describing as the industry standard for geotech and the industry standard for survey. Within your industry standard for your report that you develop as part of your analysis and end deliverable, your reports are very thorough and very detailed as to the calculations and information that you may go through, or people you work with. So anyway, but that report is, and along with other engineering processes, they're included within that report. Within the survey industry and survey profession, the report is the recorded map, or the map that we produce. There are certain things at which by rule, by 332, 120, 130, rules and laws, we have to show as professionals, we have to show on our map. It doesn't necessarily have that analysis part that you, within your industry, it is shown within your report. It just isn't within the survey report being the recorded survey. So that's one item. The other item, as far as retention of information, is we're not asking for reams and reams of paper. We're not asking for big, large filing systems. The adequacy of record keeping in today's age is not as I would call burdensome as it was years ago. And so the information that is kept as part of the analysis part, the traverse notes, the field notes, is not as burdensome as really one would think. It's a few more pieces of data. And again, as Jim said, is often within investigations that information is asked for, and the data or the notes or the backup, whatever that information is not present. And the respondents, in some cases, they use that to their advantage because it can't um, provide anything to adversely affect their case. The problem is what they do produce is significantly deficient, and it doesn't help the matter either. So anyway, just a little bit of differences between your industry being the geotech industry and survey industry.
I mean, it sounds like some of them might be doing it for similar reasons, although they're not really following the standard of care of your profession, if that's the case, right?
And
If they're really not maintaining those records because they don't want to get questioned on things, then
What-
it's not similar
well,
in some ways, but different than the standard of care.
yeah, and I would also add that we're talking about a very, I would say, minority, and not a majority of the survey profession. Majority of the survey profession out there, they have the record keeping. They keep good notes. They keep backup information. Um, Personally, within my practice, if another professional wants to come in my office and sit down and talk with a survey that I've done 10, 15 years ago at the beginning of my career, I'm certainly going to, talk with them. But if I don't have good record keeping, my memory is not as good as yours to where I am not going to be able to remember how I did a survey 15 years ago. So it's value for me to have.
I appreciate the second compliment as well. Thank you. I'm sure my memory is that good. Thank you for the indulgence I have.
Yeah, no, interesting discussion. Anything else on the survey committee report?
Only that, I understood that the only thing that goes out once an exam is passed or failed is
Is an
an email.
email,
And we would like to see a hard copy in
Okay.
addition.
Right, that was the request, was to
That's
see what.
all right? Moving on to the EQC report, Mike.
I'm prepared with this one, Marjorie. First and foremost, the EQC appreciates all the deferrals of action items to our committee from other committees. We need some more work to do. Yeah. Exam qualifications committee met yesterday, December 11th at 10 a.m. In person here in this room at the BRPELS office, as well as virtually via Microsoft Teams. Present were the committee, myself, Maureen Jackson, and Matthew Rasmussen, as well as support staff. He's technically not in the video.
Like we're not.
Okay, interesting. As well as support staff, Christina Horton, Vonna Kramer, Shannon Gillespie, Mackenzie Warrett, Jill Short, Randy Garcia, Bryce Dixon, Greg Schieferstein, and Elizabeth Lagerberg. Everybody likes our committee, as well as guests, Jim Wangler and Marjorie Lund. So we had a pretty full agenda and ended up meeting for right on about 2 hours. That included first discussion of 3 applications for professional engineering licensure. The first PE by exam was approved. The second was a PE by comedy that was not approved. In that particular case, the issue was that the applicant is licensed as a structural engineer in the state of Illinois. They have not taken the principles and practice of engineering exam, otherwise known as a PE exam, which our state requires. In that particular case, staff will notify that applicant to take and pass principles and practice exam for licensure, to obtain licensure, and they'll also provide instructions for a BAP. Third was a PE by exam request that was also not approved. Rationale is that the committee believes additional information from the applicants required. In particular, that applicant detailed a lot of manufacturing work at their manufacturing firm. And there were enough questions from the committee with regard to their experience in engineering, as documented in the form, that we've directed staff to email the applicant and ask for more detailed descriptions of their engineering work demonstrating compliance with WAC 196-12-020. We did also note that applicant, the verifications of their work experience that were provided were not verified by a professional engineer, licensed professional engineer in the state of Washington. That led to a pretty deep dive into experience verification requirements by the committee. And it was recognized that while there are no exceptions in the law to verification by PE in those experiential requirements, unfortunately, the board's application form does state two exceptions to that. Those two exceptions being if the person was engaged as a federal employee or engaged in manufacturing, that their work experience did not need to be verified by a PE. Upon review of that discrepancy, the committee did decide to, as part of our process for revising the application, which we'll talk about in a item a little bit later on here in a report, delete those two exceptions from that form because clearly it's confusing and not compatible with the law as it currently stands. Doug, you look confused, or am I misinterpreting your face?
No, there's a detail I want to ask.
Okay. Is this a good time?
That's fine. You use the expression the verifications by a PE in Washington. Does our requirements actually require the verifications be in Washington licensees? My assumption
You're correct.
was
They
that's
don't.
not correct.
Yeah, that was a misspeak on my part.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, topic du jour or du month, whatever that is, in French, is decoupling. So again, appreciate all the deferrals and referrals from my pal here. We'll hit you back here later on. Decoupling of PE, PLS, and SE exams. As a board, we've been discussing this, gosh, I imagine for about 6 months or so now. The EQC was directed by the board in the last board meeting 2 months ago to look at revising the RCW and the WAC in support of completely decoupling education and experiential requirements for licensure in our state. We have a bit of a stutter step here in that we were provided 2 different copies of RCW 1843-040 through 060 with different sets of comments and markups for review. One of those was associated with other edits to the RCW that I believe the practice committee is making or is in the process of making with regard to adding professional all over the place and or not. By the way, an anecdote, the EQC committee decided yesterday that the practice committee adding professional to in front of the word engineer should be a pretty easy change as compared to decoupling. And then we expected that would occur fairly rapidly.
No, thanks, so.
One would have thought so until one attended the practice committee later as a guest and heard all the discussion about the word professional. Back to my report. So because of that stutter step, staff will now give us some clean copies of our CW 1843-040 through 060 with all current changes going to the legislature for current approval, not including what the PC is working on right now to SharePoint for working copies for us to start going through and making changes as for decoupling. We also were provided with WAC 196-12. Shannon and/or Vana went through 196.12 and highlighted sections of that for us that they believe would need to be revised if decoupling goes through in the law in the RCW at the current time. While that's going to be uploaded to SharePoint for our review, we do not intend to revise WAC 196.12 until edits are made and accepted to RCW 1843.
Mike, can I stop you for just a second? Elizabeth, your hand's up. Do you have a comment over what he's talking about currently with the decoupling?
Yes, I just had a quick question. Do we have this issue coming up for discussion later on the board agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so I just had a comment and I will reserve it for
Yes,
that time.
under new business. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is similar to the decoupling, but it has to do specifically with what we've been referring to as attestations on the NCAAS website. Frankly, the committee chair was a bit confused by the direction from the board about what kind of attestation the board was looking for. It's clear based on our discussion yesterday that the ask from the board is for the language that currently exists on the NCAAS website to be revised by UC in support of what it would need to say if we were fully decoupled. So that is clear now, and that is an action item for us, is to get that language. Staff will download that language, and we will work on proposed edits to that language should decoupling go forward. So action items for that particular area of discussion include the committee and staff will review the language changes required for decoupling the NCAAS, PE, PLS, and SE exams from experiential requirements for licensure, including those updates to RCW 1843 and WAC 196.12. As I said, we're going to focus on RCW 1843 first, and then look at WAC secondarily. Staff will copy down the current language from the NCAAS website for our state, and they're going to take a first whack at providing suggested edits that would help it comply with potentially decoupled exam and experiential requirements, on the assumption that that actually happens in the future. Next item that we had on our agenda was referral from the structural committee, and that was looking at potentially using the California seismic examination for licensure of all civil engineers in the state of Washington. We discussed this yesterday. There was some discussion that acquiring that could create a burden to licensure in the state of Washington. That being said, we have asked staff as an action item to reach out to the NCAAS MBA, which is the member board. Administrators, thank you, to inquire if other states are using that California seismic examination for licensure or have considered using it and chose not to. And in either case, what their rationale has been. In the case of states or jurisdictions, I believe Guam, as noted, uses it, what their experience has been so far using that. But we did decide that it would be interesting and worthwhile to hear potentially from other states that, similar to us, at one point considered adopting that and decided not to, and if so, why they decided not to do it. Secondarily, staff is also going to reach out to Guam directly, not through the MBA, to ask for any additional details on their experience, including how long they've been using it and any reported issues, they're going to provide a report for us. Next topic, updates to the PE application. We reviewed the PE application. We had previously looked at it 2 months ago and had some suggested edits to that. They really were centered around experience verification more so than anything. On the experience record summary, I noted previously that there's a incompatibility with some exemptions that are stated there with our current law. So those are going to be removed. No statute supports those exemptions for federal manufacturing insofar as documentation of experience is concerned. Clearly, there are exemptions from practice within those fields. The committee is also going to review the experience and verification application forms to ensure alignment between NCAAS record experience forms and what's in WAC 196-12-020. It was brought to our attention by staff that the very specific experiential requirements in 196-12-020, if you guys are familiar with it, all of the different letters that are in there about the types of experience that we look to have documented, that level of detail is not required by NCAAS in their experiential requirements. And so there are questions about if we consider accepting NCAAS records and in lieu of all that experience documentation that's on the form, whether that's compatible with our law and regulation as it currently stands.
May I stop you for a minute, Mike?
Yeah.
Aaron, you have your hand up?
I do. I just have a few questions. I would ask Mike, do you want the questions as you go or wait until the end?
Only if they're preceded by compliments.
Okay, then I will wait until the end. No.
Go ahead,
so,
please, Aaron.
No, so real quick, sorry. Did I miss something? The last subject that you talked about reaching out to the Guam board, but you said not through the MBA, Catherine, or did I miss something there?
I don't believe we needed to go through the MBA for that particular one unless there's something I'm missing that requires us to go through the MBA to contact another member board. Aaron, we first really were talking about because Marjorie attended our meeting as a guest. She's familiar with other jurisdictions that use the California seismic exam as part of licensure. She provided us the information that, as far as she understands, Guam is the only other jurisdiction in California that uses that exam. We discussed first having staff reach out specifically to Guam and ask their experience in using that exam. As part of further discussion, and I regret that I did it in reverse order in the report here, but as part of further discussion, the committee discussed that it would be interesting for us to have opinions from other member boards, even those that have not adopted the California seismic exam, as to whether they considered it and chose not to, and if so, why did they choose not to do it?
So, yeah, Aaron, just to clarify, we're going to use Basecamp for the MBAs to ask a general question about whether you've considered using the exam or not. We're going to reach out to the MBA in Guam directly to find out their information. So that's all.
Okay. Well,
thank you. I don't understand the logistical nuances.
Yeah. Basecamp is just a way that people communicate, and it's either certain committees of the NCAAS, or it's just a platform.
Okay.
That the member board administrators have one platform, so you can hit everyone with a question.
I see.
But we also want to talk directly to Guam. So that's all.
Right. Yeah, and that, Mike, maybe your committee could provide a question or an item for the Western Zone discussion coming up at the zone meeting, but even before hand. We have some good contacts through the Western Zone that we could start that dialogue. That's one of the items that the zone needs to talk about and we'll be talking about at the zone meeting, ensuring that we have consistency across the zone. And if we don't, then what are we missing, or what should we do to provide that consistency?
Aaron, can I stop you just
Yeah.
real quick? Just
Sure.
so that I understand what you're asking for.
Mhm.
Are you asking for EQC to provide a discussion topic for the Western Board about using the California seismic exam as part of licensure?
I'm asking that as a resource, the committee has it at its fingertips and our board has it at its fingertips. The Western Zone group and can certainly reach out as a resource to anyone, MBA's other board members, the executive leadership team of the Western Zone to help gain those answers.
Yeah, all good, but
Yeah.
the topic you are asking for us to put something forward is about the California seismic exam, right?
Yep. That's right.
Substantially,
That's right.
that's the major impacted group.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think that's a subset. And
that's fine.
might be your primary data recovery.
Yep.
Okay.
So my next question is regarding the application where you see some conflicts, or the committee sees some conflicts with the two notes that are on the application form itself with the exam verification. Do we know, or does the committee know through staff why those were placed on the form to begin with, to maybe that absent of those two items, it wasn't clear to verifiers? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. There's got to be a reason the application added those in its past.
I don't know that answer. I don't know if the committee does. Shannon, I don't know if you know.
I don't know.
We discussed it quite extensively and staff didn't recall that there was this particular reason they were added.
I know those statements have been there
A long
as
time.
long as I have.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Forgot updated.
I mean, frankly,
I-
Aaron, there was a lot of confusion amongst everybody present in that committee meeting about what exactly was exempted, and on review with council of what's in the RCW versus what's stated on the form. It's pretty clear that there are exemptions for practicing engineering in the manufacturing or federal sectors. There are not exemptions for verification of experiential requirements by PE within the RCW. And the way that it was stated on the form, they were exempting verification by a PE of experience for people in those sectors.
Okay. My last question is regard to the NCWS record and using that record and the conflicts between the record and the questions that we ask on applications. Are we talking about the same information is being asked just two different ways? If we're desiring an answer and we ask it one way, but the NCWS record is asking the same question just a different way, why should we have them different, right? The NCWS record, I think that there's, of course, a lot of information that we can pull from the NCWS record, and it's easy and it doesn't take staff a whole lot of time to understand those answers from the NCWS record. But I would ask, what about the questions that we specifically ask? Why is it so important to ask them our way versus relying on the NCWS record?
Well, yeah, right. I think right now it's in law that that's the way you have to verify it, and NCES does not do that. So I think the question needs to be is, do we change and accept the law? Do we change the law to with what NCES does? Or we tell NCES they have to do it our way?
Well, and I would argue that NCWS record question does ask not that way though. So
Probably.
if our law asks for certain things, the information comes in, it may have that information present. I'm looking at my NCWS record. The question, you could infer from this question, it's the same question that we ask on our application. I just want to make sure that we don't make ourselves so elitist that we feel that we have to ask a question a specific way and only this way, because that's not the intent.
Aaron, that's what the EQC is going to be looking at.
Okay. Okay.
And it's not like they're going to develop new, more complicated questions. We have an application that asks for certain things that are according to our law, and they're going to compare that. Because right now, staff has to go through NCWS records looking for those pieces of information. So,
which are not really spelled out in the questions that NCWS asks.
Right.
I'm very familiar with the NCWS record. I have to update it a couple times a year because I am collecting too many licenses at this point. But and as an aside, I think if anything, one could consider NCWS to be elitist. However, I think that there does need to be compatibility just for our review's sake between what's being asked from them if we're going to accept a record and what is required in our law. There's just a lot more specificity if you look at what's required there in that WAC. There's probably a dozen or 15 bullet points of specific things that it asks that staff have been directed to look for.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah. Yep. Awesome.
thanks. Mike, continue.
Yeah, not done.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the last thing I have is a deferral to the structural engineering committee.
Denied.
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. Can you do that? I've got a lot of denials.
I think you deserve to give one back.
EQC is going to await the SE committee's recommendation on a statement for the application. As we understand it, the SE committee is looking at attestation for the application form, looking for the applicant to attest that they're familiar with local, regional, and applicable building and jurisdictional codes, et cetera. And rather than us inventing something as well, if SE committee is already doing that, we would look for the language that the SE committee is looking to adopt, review that, provide any comments, and or accept it as presented. Resist saying denied.
We can do that.
I really don't need another action item, Dave.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I think that was missing from our report. I thought we wanted to get board direction on attestation.
We do, and it's in the new business, so we'll discuss it more.
I'll have an opportunity to make a motion to have the SE committee do that later.
Yeah, what our thinking is let's find out if the board actually wants the PE and the SE application to have attestation. So
Okay.
We had some discussion on it, so we can add that later.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Very good. That's the end of my report. If there's any
All
questions.
right. Any comments, questions for Mike?
Maybe comments and questions and consideration for the future as EQC looks at the aspect of those exemptions, experiential exemptions. On the, or
Manufacturer.
verifications.
Just for verification.
Under
right?
11843, 135, and 6. Those provide those exemptions for licensure for the performance of work. And so I believe that the history then of those being stated in the application and verifications is that you're also requiring that person to be getting the verification from the direct supervisor. So the question is, if in that industry or domain, that person is exempted from licensure, where are you going to get a true direct supervision verification? I think that was the basis, and we've seen some that obviously the person who's signing off does have fundamentally a professional skill set and products, but it's just not licensed, right?
I think we would agree that could be difficult, and that's maybe partly what we saw in this application. However, when we reviewed the RCW yesterday with regard to experience verification, it's extremely clear and direct, with no exemptions, that work experience for application to become a professional engineer, and I can't cite the chapter and verse, must be performed by a professional engineer.
It says.
So it's just there's a conflict there in that language. Now, if it's the board's intent, recognizing the issue that you state, Doug, is that for those people in those industries, that their experience, should they eventually want to become licensed, doesn't need to be verified by PE, then that would require a change in the law.
Yeah, I see that under 1843-050. So, yeah, I understand. That's probably why it ended up on the form.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else for Mike?
I believe Doug has some compliments.
Yeah.
While we're on a
Well
roll,
done, Mike. Well done. Well done.
Dave?
Well, can I make a comment in general about having the reviews? There's a conflict, I believe, particularly in large companies like ours, where you have an HR department that tells supervisors to be careful on what you say about staff, because you don't want to be seen as preventing them from earning a livelihood. And what I'm getting at is there may be some tension on the supervisor being honest in a review of an applicant. And so therefore I'm advocating that I think peer reviews can be very powerful as well, because you may get you get a mixture of verification and possibly a more honest verification in some cases. So we're looking at adding, in the SE committee, we're looking at adding more verifiers. And that's one of my motivations in doing that, is to get a broader mix. So you get the supervisor's verification, but then maybe a peer and maybe a client in the mix.
And we and our HR departments provide that guidance to supervisors from a loss prevention standpoint, right?
Yes.
Because we don't want to be sued.
Yes.
I've had supervisors come to me in the last 4 years since I've been managing the office of Shannon Wilson in Seattle, and asked this question, where they've expressed concern about verifying someone's experience for PE licensure. And what I've told them is that there are layers and levels of responsibility professionally. And while they certainly have a responsibility to the firm to help us avoid loss. There is a higher degree of care and duty owed to the public as a professional engineer. And when you are asked to fill out that experience verification form, put your engineer's seal on it and sign it, you are operating in that layer at that point, beyond the duty to company layer. And should that result in a complaint against the firm, so be it, and the firm will handle it. But that they should not weigh that whatsoever in filling out that form and stamping it or not.
Yeah, but you see that it is an issue.
It definitely is an issue.
People struggle with.
Yeah.
But there are ways to provide a review that says this person does not have the full, experience necessary without it being a negative review.
Right.
And
And
that's what we're looking for.
and frankly, what we usually do,
Aaron and Elizabeth.
what we usually do, and I'll just end here, we're usually just upfront with the person and have a conversation and have that supervisor sit down with them and say, I can't
Can't be a verifier.
I can't do this,
Yeah.
right? And here's the reasons, here's the things we need to work on. It's not that you're not going to get there. You're just not there right now.
Yeah.
Aaron, I think Elizabeth's hand was up first. So you wait a second. You got a comment?
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned about whether this is on this deep discussion is on our agenda. So I don't see it under any of our new business.
So discussing committee reports for clarification is,
I think Dave came at it from a experience record verification standpoint that we discussed.
and what we're asking on the application. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, just wanted to be cognizant of that.
Okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
my comment is in support of, verifiers, looking at multiple verifiers.
Okay, and so Aaron, do you have a comment related to the report?
With regard to the experience and verification portion of Mike's report, I would add that, or I would caution the adding more verifiers, not from the standpoint of absolutely no, but sometimes verifiers are from past companies, and sometimes verifiers are no longer alive or supervisors. And so sometimes it's becomes quite an effort to track down old supervisors or track down those verifiers. So I'm just from experience as well. So.
Okay.
I'll say, Aaron, that gives me an opportunity to speak favorably of NCWS, and that's part of the benefit of having an NCWS record is that those old experiences get verified and contained there. You never have to go back and find those people again. I've certainly lived that.
Yeah.
Could we bring this topic forward to the next meeting?
We definitely will, because the committees are working on these various issues, and so we'll put it on the new business agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for EQC. Practice committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I intend us to make this much. At our meeting.
We gave you the work then.
Oh, no, look. Concise.
Okay.
Vaguely derogatory.
Thanks. All right, practice committee, Doug.
Okay, we practiced met yesterday. December here on 12:30 to 1:55. Myself, Mr. Feed, and Mr. Blaisdell was committee. We had a lot of guests, including Mr. Wangler, yourself, Mr. Hardy, Mr. Rasmussen. And we had, I think, oh yeah, as these are, yes, and most, pretty much all the staff as present here today. Including Ms. Lagerberg and, our new entry here, Mr. Garcia. As far as complaints, we reviewed those. There were 8 in the period. One engineering 6 survey and 1 on site. There weren't any administrative closures. Following the discussions within the committee. Substantially all those complaints as currently reported are in investigation or intake. As far as the compliance report, we've had, and we'll see those again. We've got 4 individuals on compliance monitoring. Huxell, Morta, including as Huxell in 2 cases, Morta and Rogers. The board staff has requested and the PC accepted moving the Huxell prior cases from compliance monitoring. It's now being enveloped within the one of the other cases that's 23 and that already has 10 years of compliance monitoring. 3 are in compliance with their orders, Morta, Huxell, and Mr. Rogers at this point. We still have 2, Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Bodge, that are in the non-compliance and pretty much non-locable. For example, Hawkins has been under collections. Not really hearing anything from that. Second topic, we had a little bit of the discussion of the 1843 tasks that were carried in, and as mentioned in some prior reports, we were looking at language with incorporation term of the adjective professional regarding engineers and land surveyors within 1843. In substance, the discussion led to the direction to trim that back to remove the professional being used as adverbs regarding the fields like professional engineering versus professional engineer. So removing the adverbs and keep only retaining the adjectives to describe the individual. So that will come back to the next meeting. Again, these are drafts for consideration of and we'll have that back in February with the intent to have recommendations to the board. Digital signatures. We had an extensive discussion following interest opened in October. And really came to the locus of that it's not that our code doesn't support it. It's that the area of concern is in between jurisdictions and the design professionals and land surveyors, where their products digitally signed become invalidated following markups of those jurisdictions. And so we basically we pushed that to I guess the right word would be the outreach committee, and we've got some additional support with experience from Mrs. Lund and Mr. Rasmussen dealt with that experience to basically work on more of the outreach to suggest that the best path for the design professionals would be to and for those jurisdictions to work closely so that any changes required on the design product go back to the design professional and have them actually sealed by that professional rather than having liability issues thrown into the wind with, being able to say, I didn't sign that, you changed it, right?
Right.
So that's really in that venue is that outreach, that interaction with our stakeholders. Checklist for public officials. We're working on some of the things for identifying what would help public officials in those. So far, it's pretty limited. Mostly make sure they're licensed. And in this case, we're gonna also connect back the document production and validation aspect jurisdictions. We had an item under discussion of where the disciplinary actions are, how long it takes, a history of that. And the real crux and value of that is demonstration of how well this agency has succeeded in streamlining the performance of consideration and address of discipline issues over the last few years to reduce those to be timely in support of both the complainants and the respondents as a benefit. So I do want to laud our staff and all the board members who participated in those reviews and complaint management and all the staff interacting with the complainants and respondents to come to a solution of these. Or only considering any further look at that for items that are flyers, so to speak, things that are off the charts. We don't have any current recommendations to the board, but we will be stated we're going to end up with the 1843 professional adjective considerations back in February. And again, we're referring to outreach committee on signature and checklist. That concludes my report this time.
Any comments or questions for Doug on the practice committee report? All right, hearing none, we're going to move on. Hang in there, folks. One more report. I will make it pretty streamlined also, and then we will take a break. All right, so the executive committee met here and online at 2:45 yesterday. Myself, Doug, and Dave are on the committee. The support staff included most of the office. Joining us, we had no guests, right? Okay. We had our senior financial consultant from DES, Ian Shelley, who joined us, and also our advising attorney general, Elizabeth Lagerberg. First discussion topic was the financial report. You will see this later on under Director's Report 6.1. We'll talk about it then. Ian gave us a more thorough review of the report currently and in the short term. This fall, revenues seem to be up. And expenses are tracking the way we expect them to. So no major concerns about the budgeting as we currently have it. He also informed the committee that the governor's budget for the next biennium will be released on December 20th, and that we will certainly, he will be tracking it for us in terms of whether there's any issues that may affect our budgeting or our balance. And so that will be something that we're tracking carefully throughout the legislative session. And McKinsey and Ian are going to work together to to just have a document prepared on why we have a balance in our fund and what the values are that we feel are necessary for that, carrying it forward. So that will be available just in case they need it for any kind of discussion with the legislature about our balance. Under new business, the board is going to discuss whether we want to nominate Dave Peden for another term as Western Zone NCWS Secretary. The Executive Committee recommends that the board approve his nomination. The committee discussed current proposed language that is in a CR 103 and a concise explanatory statement for WAC language concerning changes to pronoun. And that also will be something that we discuss further under new business. I'm just going to report that the committee recommends that the board approve moving to the concise explanatory statement and the edits to the language that are currently, and there's a few edits that we recommended. And ask the staff to move forward with CR 103. So you will see that under new business. Greg provided a communication update and talked about some of the upcoming events, which he will review again as we get to that later. We talked about the legislative session coming up. We have a lobbyist consultant, Kevin Vanderwig, who will be available to us as we move forward. We have our changes to our CW 1843 concerning the additional pro tem member and a opportunity for on-site members to join the board, as well as some minor cleanup. We have a senator and a representative that are championing that bill, and so we are keeping track on that one. And then there's action items that are ongoing, issues that we're working with staff on that were not necessarily discussed further at the meeting. So that's really the full report out from the executive committee. Any questions, comments?
Aaron had his hand up, but it looks like he lowered it.
You lowered your hand,
Yeah.
Aaron.
Well, I was just going to ask, but I can also ask it within the director's report further in this meeting, but just had to do with, I know that we have a new governor coming in. How do the budgets deal with like a new governor? Was that question asked of Ian is, okay, we know that this governor, you know, has this, do we see any, or did Ian see any sort of big changes that are up and coming under the new governor?
No, he doesn't. Ian will join us during the financial report section if we want to ask him any further questions, but that is not affecting the budget that he has prepared for us for the next biennium at this point. So
Perfect. Thank you.
thanks. All right, it is on my computer 10:17. Let's take a break until 10:35.
Thank you.
Stop the recording. Okay, Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors, special board meeting on December 12th, 2024 is back in session. And we are now starting with Section 5, item 5.1, discussion of the decoupling of experience with the application to take the examination through NCWS. And 3 different committees have kind of started looking at this issue. And we're not necessarily voting on anything during this new business session. We just wanted to open up the discussion further for, we're moving in this direction. We're looking to see whether it changes any laws or rules. And we know we will be making some changes to applications and website information, things such as that. So open for discussion.
Aaron has his hand raised.
Aaron, start it off.
Well, I guess my overarching question is, what are we talking about when we talk decoupling? In my brain, it is simply allowing an examination process to take place not based on the requirement of all these other criteria, but because the person wants to take the exam. Much
Yep.
like if the person wants to gain education, they're free to gain the education, and it is not predicated on other criteria that they must meet in order to gain licensure. That's what we're talking about, correct?
The reason we're talking about it is that there are over 30 licensing jurisdictions that allow engineers to go directly to NCWS and take the exam instead of applying through the jurisdiction and having their experience verified first. And there are, I believe, 20 jurisdictions for surveying. So it's not quite the same everywhere. But that is the general idea, that just goes straight from NCWS. Every state can give NCWS, or has to give NCWS, their requirements, either in, we don't want to see an application until after he's passed the exam, but he must have education and have passed the FE or FS, which I believe is a NCWS requirement. They have to pass those exams. So part of what we would be preparing is a change to the commentary from Washington, or we've been calling it an attestation, that we need to report to NCWS as part of what we would do if we choose to make changes. Elizabeth, you have hand up?
Yeah, I think there's 2 issues here. One issue is whether the applicant has to come through Washington and present their experience. That's one issue. And the second issue is whether, I think this is the bigger issue, whether the applicants have to have the 8 years of experience before taking the exam. And that is Washington's current law. So it makes it, they could still, I guess, go directly to NCWS, but we wouldn't know if they had the experience or if they have verified experience. And I think it's, it's encouraging people to maybe not be truthful. And my other concern is that I think when you talk about decoupling, most states have that decoupled requirement of 8 years of experience, right? So they can take the exam before having the 8 years of experience. Whereas our statute,
30 jurisdictions out of the 65 jurisdictions that are part of NCWS.
and so I also meant to just ask, are we currently, and maybe it's too soon, are we currently accepting applicants who have taken the, and taken the exam prior to having 8 years of experience? I don't know the answer to that question.
Yes, we are seeing more and more applicants come to us who have, they're applying somewhat like comedy, but they do not have a license in another jurisdiction, but they have passed the exam. Vonna, do you want to elaborate?
Right. So Elizabeth, you asked if they were accepting the applications prior to the 8 years. The answer would be no. They do have to meet our requirements, but they can go and take the exams now.
So that's not exactly my question. My question is, are you approving applications from people who didn't have the 8 years of experience prior to taking the exam? Because what the statute says is you have to have 8 years of experience before you are allowed to take the exam. So what I'm wondering is, are you accepting people who didn't have the 8 years of experience? They do now maybe, but they took the exam prior to having the 8 years of experience. Are you accepting those applications?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood your original question. Yes, we are, as long as they meet our requirements. Yep.
So your requirements are that they have to have, so here's my issue. The requirements are that they have to have the 8 years of experience in Washington prior to taking the exam. So when you're accepting people, that's contrary to law. Now, that I'm not saying that, that you can't make that decision because of extenuating circumstances. But I do also think that if you're going to allow those people, then you should allow people who apply, who choose Washington as their primary state. Those people should also be able to take the exam prior to having the 8 years of experience, and then change the statute as soon as possible. But the way you're doing it now is contrary to the statute requirements. So, again, sometimes you do that because it's extenuating circumstances. But I would prefer if this became an ASAP legislative change, just so that we're not violating the law.
So Elizabeth, in that regard, right now, we are working on what those changes mean. They will not go to the legislature until next legislative session, 25-26. So is that ASAP enough?
I mean, an option would be, and my advice would be, that the current proposed legislation, and I don't know who's proposing the legislation, but you know how legislation comes in and then it gets, it changes completely before it gets passed a lot of times. So my suggestion would be to make that, it's a small change, but to make that change in the statute there in the current proposed legislation. I think it can be done. It's probably, I don't know where you are in the process of explaining to legislators, but I'm just saying that this is an important change. And I think, to be fair, people should be able to check Washington as their state because they're not licensed. If they were coming in with comedy, that would be completely different, but they're not licensed. So, yeah.
Erin has his hand.
I just want to finish with Elizabeth first, Erin, so hold on just a second. In your opinion, there is just kind of one section that would need to be changed in the RCW in order to clarify how we're actually proceeding with those particular applications. Is that right?
I
Are you
believe so.
confident?
There's just one sentence that says you have to have 8 years of experience before you take the exam. So I believe that's the only place that requires that. That states that.
be something like saying 8 years of experience and take an exam?
Yeah, instead of before,
Or
exactly. Yeah, get rid of the before.
is that something that discussion can change into a motion? Or are we perhaps needing to see that language and set up a special board meeting to discuss that? I'm just looking for Elizabeth's opinion.
I think that Ken and our legislative consultant would probably like the board to approve that simple change. And I would like to just do a scrub to make sure that there isn't anything else that uses the term before, but I believe that's the only section.
Okay.
Says that.
So we would want to make it a separate special board meeting to approve that after you've had a chance to do a scrub. If
Yes.
we wanted to go in that direction.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, if I may,
Aaron has his hand up.
can I just quickly, because it's related to her scrub,
Scrub.
we should probably make sure we look at the application as well, as we just discovered, so that there's not anything in there on the application that says before.
The application will need to be changed. I imagine there may be some whack things that we'll have to proceed and changes. The attestation or whatever that we send to NCAAS, which I imagine takes months to get updated, would need to be changed. And some information put out to the public about this. Aaron?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Elizabeth, when you, are we simply talking about RCW 1843-060 examinations? Because when I read this specific RCW, maybe it's in conflict with other laws and rules, which is the issue. But what we're doing now, I've heard that we are following this and we're in alignment. And it says, second sentence, if examinations are required on fundamental engineering subjects, the applicant shall be permitted to take this part of the professional examination prior to his or her completion of the requisite years of experience in engineering work.
Is that for the FE?
Well, it just says fundamental engineering subjects. So is that the application of this subject? We're not granting licensure.
Right.
If they, based on the NCAAS approval process, we're not granting anybody a license. You must check all these boxes. We're just saying that when examinations are required, they're following this statute. Is that what we're?
So, yeah, the actual statute that applies or that we're talking about that needs to be changed is 1843-040, which said at any time after the completion of the required 8 years of engineering experience, the applicant may take the second stage of the examination. So that after submission or upon submission of application for registration and paying the registration fee, that is the problem right there. At any time after the completion of the required 8 years. It also says that about land surveying, the same.
It does say that about land surveying as well. But
Yes.
that's only in the venue, as I read it, of us providing permission for them to undertake that second stage of examination. This doesn't say whether you've had the exam in another jurisdiction.
Well, it says sorry, go ahead.
Do you believe that aspect of the permissives, which are those conditions in 040, where we allocate permission to undertake the examination? inhibits any party from ever taking the examination before 8 years in another jurisdiction.
Sorry. The way it's stated is the following will be considered as minimum evidence satisfactory to the board that the applicant is qualified. And that applies to this all these requirements. I think it applies to anyone unless they're coming over as a already licensed individual. So these are the requirements for anybody who's applying to be licensed.
Applying to be licensed is different than applying to take the examination, and that's the discrimination I'm seeking from you.
Yeah, so the problem is exactly that if they apply, so these are the registration requirements applying for licensure. And if they apply, then they have to meet all these requirements. So that's where I see a problem. And Doug, I might not be understanding your question, so I apologize.
So do you believe we are in direct conflict accepting a registration application from individuals who have undertaken examination but meet our experience requirements?
It's the process, I think, that's laid out here that we're struggling with. And I mean, I think that there's an ambiguity here that, that we may be able to argue which statute applies. So there is an ambiguity because we do have that examination section, but this is an application section. So what I'm saying is when these people apply, can you accept them when they haven't followed the process? So they haven't taken the examination after 8 years of experience. And I can look more closely at it, but I've noticed that in the past and been uncomfortable with it. So,
Madam Chair, with these discussions and emphasis of predicaments of consideration, I would encourage the board to expedite push on our CWE 43040 as we approach any decoupling.
Yeah,
I understand
I
it's not in the current scope of our
giving it some
CWE.
thought, and
Negotiated with Cheryl.
we really want to get what we've put into the legislature
Yes.
through. I am discouraged that we now feel that this is an ASAP kind of event, since we have been doing and discussing this for at least 6 months. And so I'm stepping back and saying, we have been proceeding with a certain way in order to not inhibit people from getting licensed who have passed an exam and have experience. And our goal for public safety is to make sure that people have those qualifications. And I want to make sure we do this right and do it once. And so I would not necessarily be in favor, now that I've thought about it, of trying to do a quick change that then may spiral. Aaron, your hand's up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with respect to that requirement, item B1, you referenced, Elizabeth, item B2 within 1843-040, but within B1, it talks about taking the exam, obviously, in 2 stages, but it also says that the first stage may be taken upon submission, yada, yada, yada. But then it says payment of the application fee prescribed in 050 at any time after the applicant has completed 4 years of the required engineering experience as defined in this section, or has achieved senior standing in a school or college approved by the board. So in that
That's-
sentence alone, the experience is not necessarily required. If we are saying that that senior or the person in senior standing maybe only has 6 years.
Yeah, that's for an engineer in training. It's not for applications for, it doesn't apply to the PE, so.
Well,
I
but
don't
it
want to
says,
solve, Aaron, I don't want to solve the language and whether we have some exceptions that we can refer to at this meeting. We want to just discuss whether we're going forward and kind of who's doing that. Right now, it's in the EQC's hands to be deliberate and move forward with how we approach this. So
I
I just
guess-
want to finish with Aaron first.
yeah, I guess my point of bringing this up and beating this is really, is it so important that we need to take care of it ASAP? My thought and my opinion is it's not like so critical that we need to move everything off the list and take care of this immediately right now. I'm not seeing
Okay.
that is needed. That's why I bring it up.
Thanks. Dave first.
Well, there's a lot of discussion without an actual motion. I'm not sure if Doug's was a motion. I didn't hear a second.
think it was
I just
opinion.
encouraged.
Okay, so
Yes.
Yeah.
I do think we should have a motion. I'll make a motion that we need to move the RCWs and a review of the RCWs and the WACs to the appropriate committees to allow for decoupling. I'm not sure we have that direction yet to EQ. If we do, I know we removed the SE portion from it. I just looked at the minutes from the October meeting and it doesn't look like we made a motion.
I thought we did in October.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
That was the EQ's assumption.
It
Okay,
might have been
but we-
back in
but we
in
didn't-
August or even June.
But we didn't have
said,
the SE
please.
exam. That's part of that.
Right.
Okay.
And there were
So
still questions about PLS at that time, but it's our understanding that the survey committee wants to move forward with decoupling as well.
Okay, so EQ is already looking at decoupling language for PE. So I'll make the motion that we add SE language as well.
I think EQC is responsible for all of our disciplines. And
But we
this,
okay,
and
it was,
we also asked survey and structural to look into whether there's anything particular with their jurisdiction disciplines to be considered. Both have referred back to the EQC, which means to me that there is nothing particular.
okay, so what is this topic of new business about then? If we're already moving. forward?
I want to keep that on the agenda because I want it to get done. And
Okay.
we had no motion to come forward out of EQC, but I wanted to have this discussion so that we continue to inform the whole board of where we are in terms of how we're going to proceed, or if we've found something that is I mean, at one point, we felt that there wasn't anything that inhibited us moving forward. Then it came out that, as Elizabeth has described, that there is language in our RCW that sounds like it conflicts with this business. And we can, as we move forward, decide that we don't want to see applications until the NCAAS exams are passed, or we can decide, hey, still keep coming to us and we'll approve. So there's a number of things that need to be reviewed as we move forward with this. Aaron?
Yeah, I just want to make a clarifying remark that it was stated earlier, I'm not sure who stated that the survey committee wanted decoupling. The survey committee has not approved or in favor of decoupling. It wants the matter studied over by EQC, and at that specific time is when survey will discuss and make recommendations. But that has not been a stated objective that survey should be decoupled.
Yeah, it'd be great if the committees would evaluate it and make recommendations rather than just saying, you look into it and let us know, and then we'll make a recommendation. But anyway, it's in the EQC's hands, very capable hands. And
Compliment.
Mike,
Yeah, thank you for the compliment. Since we're going to continue that theme, as we ask us to do more and more work, I appreciate the compliments. I guess I just asked for clarification about what the expectation of EQC is at this point with regard to decoupling insofar as the PLS and the SE. I'm quite clear on what the expectation is with regard to decoupling for professional engineers. But with regard to land surveyors, quite frankly, I'm not sure exactly what we're expected to study. If that study means update or suggest updates to the language in RCW 1843, fine. And we have that on our list of actions. Beyond that, I'm not sure what we would study and frankly, what we're capable of studying without a recommendation from the survey committee.
okay, so I think that makes a lot of sense. 1843 is under the purview of EQC. Because all of that language generally flows together for the different disciplines. But if there's any language in any of the other RCWs, well, survey committee needs to handle that.
Well, correct. I agree with that. And in terms of just fundamental decision making, Madam Chair, I don't know what is expected of EQC if we're supposed to study whether surveying should be decoupled or not. Surveying as a specific profession is in the hands of the survey committee. And so if they believe that surveying as a profession is, in their opinion, the board should not decouple surveying, we would work to modify the language in 1843 and elsewhere as a committee and suggest that language to decouple professional engineering as we've been directed, but not surveying. If the suggestion is that surveying should be decoupled as well, you would formulate language that way, and Matt's got his hand up.
Yeah, Matt.
So I think the discussion in the survey committee yesterday was more that people are already working around the language that we have. They can go take the exam under another state that doesn't require the experience first, and then they're coming to us. And so what we said is effectively, we're operating as though we're decoupled for those people who do that. So we wanted the EQC to propose language to come back to then we could vote on whether or not we wanted to go down that road.
Yeah, I think the discussion was also whatever's done for the PE should be done for the PLS. They should all be the same.
It should all be the same.
That is correct. That is correct. That's what the survey committee is hoping to allow the EQC to do is make recommended changes consistent. And with a survey member being part of the committee, they would have that crossover, and then the survey committee would certainly have the ability, but EQC being the lead committee to really start the ball rolling.
Mike?
I just want to ask a process question, Madam Chair. Process-wise, EQC will go through 1843, prepare some suggested edits to 1843 for decoupling, as I understand it, PE and land surveying. Process-wise, is it the expectation of the board that we send that suggested language to the survey committee for their review and vote. That's what I thought I heard someone say. Or does it just go straight to the overall board for vote at that point?
If I may, sir,
Sure.
the committees don't approve changes. It would have to come to the board.
Right.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm following the correct procedure here.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be nice if the other committees had said, we don't have any problem with it, which is kind of what I'm hearing. And so I don't think it goes back to the survey or the structural committee, because we're all sitting here at the table. So let's get the language worked out to something that the EQC feels is appropriate for how we want to do business moving forward in this new era where people are taking exams in other jurisdictions and then coming to us for initial licensure. And so anybody that has comments on this language, number one, show up for the EQC meetings. And number two, we'll see it in the board meetings and make the final votes. Dave?
It still thinks that I think that there's enough confusion that for the record, it would be nice to have a motion to charge the EQC with looking at RCW and WAC revisions to allow decoupling for surveying, PE, and SE.
Would you like to make that motion?
Yes, that is my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion from Dave, seconded by Matt, to have the board request EQC look at language in RCWs and WACs to move forward with decoupling for PE, PLS, and SEs. Any discussion? Mike?
Just clarification for EQC committee, specifically for the SE license. What is the structural committee looking for decoupling to entail? It was my previous understanding that the SE committee still wanted and expected before taking the SE exam people to have experience. Is that still the case? You're not
No, we are approving people for initial licensure.
for SE?
Yes.
Okay.
Donna told me yesterday that this year we have received 34 applications for SEs. 27 of those are what we were classifying now as comedy, but she says actually many of them do not have a previous license, but they have taken the exam or they've taken previous exams, previous structural exams before the CBT. And
Okay.
they're now requesting initial licensure from Washington. So
As an SE.
we also see as an SE, so they've got their PE in Washington. But they're looking for initial licensure as an SE, and they have already passed an exam for SE. Our feeling as an SE committee is that ship has also sailed, and that we want to make sure that Washington, people who come to us directly have the same opportunity as anyone that's coming through this other avenue. Aaron?
Well, hold on. I
Okay,
think,
wait,
Yeah.
Aaron, just
So
a second.
confused.
so we will not, we're still not going to grant a license without the appropriate amount of experience. The issue is somebody in Oregon has already taken the test.
The SE test.
Yeah. And we just want to make sure our laws and rules don't prohibit us from granting a license
Sure.
once they show
Right now.
the right amount of experience.
And
And I think, yeah,
sorry.
so that's the issue is I think we want to make sure our language doesn't prohibit that because as Marjorie said, it's happening.
Can I ask a further point of clarification as follow? So how far does the SE committee want EQC to take that? Specifically, should an applicant be allowed to take the SE exam whenever? Or should they have passed the PE? Um, um, if further along those lines, we currently have that requirement that you have to pass the principles and practices in order to become licensed, right? Are we looking to remove that requirement?
So, people have to have passed the PE. And then there are people who pass the SE and then go back and take the PE, and we license them for both PE and SE.
So there is no sequential requirements whatsoever.
And
That's-
Aaron and Vonna have their hands up, but Vonna
That's
might
what
be
we're
with
looking
it.
to.
No, I'm getting there. I just want these
Yeah.
guys to be done
And-
and then,
And I,
Need some clarity, right?
yeah,
yeah.
it's probably appropriate if the committee would like SE committee's help, certain parts of the rules or laws, reach out. But I think it's an EQC. Ultimately, it needs to come from EQC on what the change in the rules might be. So please reach out if there's a confusion on the intent.
That's fine. I just want to understand the intent.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Aaron's hand up and then Bonna's.
Just for clarification, Dave, your motion that you made can you restate that?
I restated it, and I
Oh,
will
okay.
restate it again, that
Well-
the motion is to ask, the board wishes for EQC to move forward with changes that may be necessary for the RCW and then the WAC in order to proceed moving forward with decoupling experience from examination for PE, PLS, and SE.
Okay, so a question that I have is that motion stating a position of the board is that we want decoupling to occur explicitly?
You can always vote against it when it
But-
comes from EQC to the board.
I'm just asking, is that specific motion, does that mean that this board is in favor of decoupling and we need to now take steps in order for that decoupling to take place? That's the question, my question.
I don't think that is the motion. The motion is to ask EQC to draft the language.
Yeah.
Okay, to recommend back to the board.
Right.
Okay.
I think that's almost a philosophical question, Aaron, because I don't agree that decoupling is the best approach.
Okay.
But what I agree with is that there are many jurisdictions that allow it, and it's a problem for us in licensing people if we don't allow it.
I just want to make sure that if we're on the record, I don't want to say on the record that this board has been in favor of a specific item without fully understanding
Right.
what that item is. So
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to move on to Vonna.
I just want a clarification as well. But this clarification goes back further to when Elizabeth was talking about the language within the RCW. So currently we do, process the initial application requests where they've, taken the examinations, then meet the requirements, then come to us. I just want to clarify, we will continue to process those applications.
The board is not asking you to change any of your process right
Right.
now.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Yes, another clarification. And my memory is not, definitely not what it used to be. Did we talk about this at the last board meeting about just simply whether the board is in favor of decoupling? There was something that we brought to the board because we didn't want to work on it until we had the board's direction that yes, they're in favor of decoupling. I feel like we talked about that, but maybe it was a different issue.
Okay,
We did.
Mackenzie?
I was just gonna say, I was pulling up the motion from October, and so when we talked about in October, it was under 4.3, if you're gonna look back, we have a recommendation to move forward with decoupling process for PE and PLS exams that came from EQC. And the motion was, so I'll just phrase it, Mr. Harney explained that EQC needed approval from the board before moving forward with the language. Mr. Hendrickson motion seconded by Mr. Harney for the board to approve advancement of decoupling and for EQC to review 1843 and WAC provisions to support decoupling PEs.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, there was
Maureen?
specific discussion in the October meeting that PLS was not ready to say they wanted to move forward with decoupling, that the survey committee needed to talk about it.
Thank you.
Similar for SE.
Yeah,
Right,
thanks.
right.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion on the table, which I'm not sure that it is separate from what we just heard from the October. Other than your current motion says deal with the language for SE and PLS also.
If we think
Do you want
it's
to
a
continue with?
duplication to add PE, I can remove PE. We didn't address PLS and SE in the October motion.
Do you want to continue with your motion or do you want to make a adjustment to your motion?
From a
As the
point of
second,
order,
I believe it is not in conflict with.
yeah, okay. So no change to that motion.
Okay. We have a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion that the board requests that the EQC proceed with drafting language changes to RCW and WAC for allowing for decoupling of experience from examination for PE, PLS, and SE. And before we take a vote, we have Elizabeth's hand up. Elizabeth?
Sorry, I just wanted to say at this point, for the record, that there is language in the examination statute that conflicts with the language in the registration statute, and that there's a reasonable approach that the board is taking about the current process of accepting applications. So I guess what I'm trying to say for the record is I don't see that the board is prohibited at this point from doing that. I think what I would say is that we need consistency. Thank you.
Great, thank you for adding that, I appreciate it. And so we are going to carefully get consistency moving forward. There's a motion on the table. I am not going to repeat it.
You just do.
See, proceed.
Is there any, okay,
SE, decoupling provisions in RCW, WACs, and forms.
is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 And opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have one opposed, motion passes. Item 5.2. Approval of CR 103 and concise explanatory statement for WAC 196 pronoun usage. And Mackenzie has brought it up on the screen. I'm going to start by asking for a motion to approve.
I will move to approve the concise explanatory statement and drafted drafted changes in WAC 196.33, 400 and 134, 115, and 196.09, 196.23, removing the him, her, and such to clarify in text the gender issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Doug. Thank you, Matt. Is there any discussion? And I'm going to start it off by saying that we discussed this during the executive committee. Shannon provided us with a number of public comments that were given in writing, and also had a hearing, you call it, public hearing, and had two attendees who were ambivalent about the direction that we take. Some of the comments that were made were concerns over English grammar, but we have since reviewed that, and it feels that there's not a grammatical error in changing from him, her in parentheses to theirs, their, them. But there was a couple of places where we did make a bit of an adjustment. Do we have those?
We do. We'll go down to that first one, I
One
believe.
that was in one.
Oh, it doesn't look like it's stuck. Looking for, oh, here we are.
Each.
Oh, okay, so it's not lit up. So it was, it's a responsibility of the licensee to maintain control over the usage of their stamp. We changed that, a responsibility of each licensee to maintain control over the use of their stamp seal. Just felt grammatically better. And then there was the one that you had changed.
Yeah, there was that stamping one, and then there was the PE, land surveyor stamping language.
It is the same thing, the word the was changed to each.
And then there was, in WAC 196.23.040.
040.
It should be down again.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Here we are.
For the title, let's see, we changed, it used to say, let's see, when representing their license, his or her, we changed it to their licensing credential. People didn't like that, so we changed it when representing licensing credentials.
So the S on the end of credentials,
We were rid of the
pronoun.
So the changes.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Any further discussion or questions about this proposed change?
I just had a quick verification with Shannon that you feel like since we're passing the concise explanatory statement, that you feel like you addressed all of the comments, because I know at yesterday's meeting, you said you left some areas to be updated.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
Okay. And then also, I think the motion should be as discussed in this meeting, because there were some changes that didn't get made. So you can approve it as discussed in this meeting, if that makes sense. Since what's come before you right here is not the version that you will be.
Yes, it is.
Yes, this is the version that they will be.
The one
It's-
we're looking at on screen is the final one.
It's just that some of the additions we made, and it didn't, when we moved it to PDF, it didn't get changed.
Well, that's what I mean. Those changes are not here.
It doesn't show the
Well, that-
markup.
It doesn't
Right.
Show
Doesn't
the final version.
That's what I'm saying, is it doesn't show the markup here on this version. So maybe that's why I was saying you could refer to some other document, or refer to just say as discussed instead of this specific version that we're looking at right here.
Does as discussed work for you? Just,
I will amend my motion to accept, to do that. she's not in a position to make a motion, so I will amend
Right.
my motion.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, motion amended. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. That's item 5.2. Moving on to 5.3. Attestations for the PE and SE applications concerning the applicant's knowledge of the Washington building codes. In general, we're meeting codes and standards because bridge designers don't use Washington building code. And many engineers use local jurisdiction codes and standards. And so the intent was to, let's have a motion first before discussion. So I need a motion to request the committees to work on attestations as part of their changes to applications concerning codes and standards.
I don't have directly in our agenda. Where are we?
So item 5.3.
Says delegates.
No, they got updated. That's
Be an updated one here.
Thank you. So
Yeah,
I guess I don't have that.
So, Maureen,
So as I understood it, that was gonna be a request of the structural committee.
right, the EQC has now asked the structural engineers committee to take the lead on working on that attestation or statement on an application.
Let me be clear, hopefully I was clear in the report. The SE committee is not making a recommendation. We want direction from the board on if the board would like attestations be included in the PE and or SE application.
So do you want to make a motion, Dave?
No, because I don't think we should include attestations.
Okay, well, you're allowed to make that.
I'm gonna ask so we're not in motions, we're in discussions topical.
Well, we should technically have a motion to discuss. If parliamentarians were here, they'd say, what are you talking
Yeah,
about? There's no
typically we
motion.
want some motion to open the subject. And we can vote it down. And, whatever. Or we cannot have a motion and we cannot discuss it. Going once. Twice. All right, we are going to table that topic. And if it comes out of committee later, as of right now, there is no direction to the structural engineers, yay or nay, as to whether to put anything about knowing codes and standards on any applications.
So,
It's not
Madam
ready.
Chair, does this just kick the can down the street then?
Usually you define a table into, you're coming back to.
Yeah. I mean,
February,
Okay.
Jim?
I would suggest that you put PLS in there too. If you're going down the road of decoupling, then there should be one for all three.
So this is kind of a separate topic from decoupling, even though we've been throwing around that word attestation a lot. This is, the PLS has something on your renewal forms that says, I've read the applicable RCWs. There's nothing in the engineering side that says, I understand that Washington State has special
Okay,
requirements.
so this is like adding those two things like the PLS has in the application.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not necessary.
So,
All right, so this topic may or may not come back in February. Tabled. All right, item 5.4. I would like to know if anybody has a motion that to, oh, this is, sorry, I'm sorry. This is who's going to be funded to go to the NCWS 2025 Western Zone meeting, which is in Albuquerque on May 15th to 17th. The NCWS funds 3 board members and a MBA for these kinds of meetings. So we have to report to them fairly early who all's going to be a funded delegate. They also fund people who are on the zone, not administrative officers, thank you, which includes Aaron and Dave would be funded as officers.
Right.
They also fund, in addition to the 3 members, they will fund new member.
They don't do it at the Western Zone.
They don't do it at zone?
I learned that last year. No, only
Oh, okay.
annual. It's the first timers.
Oh,
Yeah,
they used to
it was last year.
fund, so the annuals in August, they fund new members who haven't gone to an annual before. And the board then will fund any other board member who wishes to go to the zone. So we're not too restricted in only sending a certain number of members. So other than Dave and Aaron, who would like to be a funded individual to Albuquerque in May?
Fortunately, I will be traveling across the country in May, so I won't be able to go.
Stop and how
Just take your fifth wheel there, yeah?
I thought briefly about that, but my wife doesn't want to go that far south. So.
We'll give you a hotel room where you can shower. Okay, so
Marjorie, would you remind us of the dates, please?
15th to 17th.
15th to 17th.
Question, do we need to be funded in order to attend, or maybe we attend
No.
without funding?
If you want to attend and you decide at a later date when it's not funded by NCWS, the board will pay your expenses. So
Yeah, sorry, that question was unclear. Does it require funding by either NCWS or the board?
You could register as an individual for the meeting entirely at your own cost.
Okay. But I could still attend on behalf of the board.
Yeah.
Just pay my own way.
you can
Why
pay
would
your
you?
own way and have it reimbursed by the board.
My company is fine paying my way to this, rather than have the state pay for it or NCWS.
I see. I think that's fine. Yeah.
Confirm with NCDES, please, that like, ad hoc kind of, I guess, no. that's
No,
fine.
NCWS doesn't care if we all pay our own way. I mean, you still.
Would think so, but
As long as you register and then basically say you're doing that, yeah, it's okay.
Would
And
you-
I'd be happy to set up your registration.
yeah, I
too.
was going to ask you to help me facilitate the logistics at least, but I'll take care of all the expenses.
Well, they open it up to anybody to register after the funded individual list has been developed, and so you can just register. I have gone as a board-funded one numerous times, and you just register and then you turn your expenses in like we do.
I would still appreciate, even though Shannon Wilson will pay my way all my expenses, for assistance from board staff to actually just help with the logistics of registering.
Okay, all right. So Maureen, are you interested in going? Or do you know yet?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
I'm interested in going. I did a preliminary search and it's crappy airplanes. Almost all day.
Stop.
Yeah. It takes you all day to get anywhere.
Yeah.
All right,
So is that a yes?
Doug, I'll be funded. And, we may, and, you know, as Maureen sees her schedule, please give her a date of when you sort of need to turn it into NCWS or not.
Okay.
All right?
And
So
Anything further?
Aaron.
Has funded.
Oh,
so.
Aaron, I'm sorry. Didn't
So,
see your hand.
So logistically, since Dave and myself are already funded by NCWS, and we are not going to be part of the voting member stock of the zone, and we're not allowed to vote on behalf of the board, we'll need somebody in that capacity. NCWS funds 3 people. And so Matt has already said that he's out. That leaves others that they will fund. I don't think that funding really is an issue here, but I want to make sure that we have adequate board representation aside from Dave and myself. Because I will
Yes.
actually be running the meeting. I can't vote, and
Okay.
neither can Dave.
Yeah. We have 3 who are going.
Okay,
So-
I'd like to extend
I
that
think
to,
in recap, the whole board sans Matt will be present in different capacities.
I haven't said
okay,
whether or not.
so let me,
So we're
I guess,
okay, Aaron,
But
thank
will
you.
be represented, sir.
okay,
Yeah.
so to Mike's question, he's asking for outside of the funded. I want to be absolutely sure that he is voting or he is there in the capacity of a board member and not independently of the board. I don't think that is clear within the NCWS continuity guidelines.
I don't
that-
think that NCWS knows who pays for our individual expenses. They never see my expense report when the board's paying for it.
No, but the board has authorized in their capacity and paying for a board. It's very clear that they're there on the board's capacity for somebody to pay for all their expenses and I don't think that that's the norm. So I just want to be absolutely clear that if Mike's, however he's being funded, it follows the zone continuity guidelines and the NCWS continuity guidelines, and the board votes that he is there representing the board.
Okay,
I
Mike,
just want to be sure.
Madam Chair,
The last thing that I would entertain is that Jim be asked or invited to attend because Matt is not going to be present and the other survey board member is not able to vote on behalf of the board.
Jim, you are invited to attend. We have had other pro tem members attend meetings. Chun has gone in the past, so,
I'm not going to be available.
okay, thank you. Mike, your comment?
My intent was not to muddy the waters or cause any issue. It was simply to not have the taxpayers of the state of Washington pay my way when I'm fully capable of paying my own way. So if the board believes that me paying my own way constitutes some sort of burden, then I'm fine doing whatever.
We'll be registering you through Mackenzie, so I
Yeah.
don't see an issue.
I'm happy to help make sure we're
Yeah.
set up just
Yeah.
like the other board members
Yeah.
are.
No one cares how you pay, you get there, you're going as a board member.
You are a board member.
That'd be my expectation, but I don't want to cause issues.
Okay. Fine. I believe that it is resolved and you will let Maureen know when you need to know, but also, if you can't make a decision by that time, the board will fund separately, right? We just try to get NCWS to pay for as many as we can. All right, so because we pay them.
We do.
LDP. So moving on to, that was funded delegates to the Western Zone. Item 5.5, I would entertain a motion to,
Chair, I would like to nominate and have the board nominate to NCES Western Zone Secretary position to be occupied. Mr. Day.
okay,
Second.
I have a motion and a second to recommend that the board nominates Dave Peden for Western Zone NCWS Secretary. Is there any discussion? Mike?
Just clarification / question. Do you want to do this?
I'll even vote,
The question, do you accept?
Okay.
yeah,
Well, to rephrase.
I'll even vote the affirmative on the motion.
All right.
It'd be interesting if you did it.
If I may, yeah.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that I abstain from this vote. Even though Dave is,
I don't know why you would have to abstain, but that's fine.
Well-
Anybody can abstain at any time.
because I run the nomination.
Okay,
Does that mean I don't have your support?
You always have my support, Dave.
all right, 5.6. Adjust 2025 board meeting locations. And I want to discuss this. So I began looking back on the decisions we made in October in terms of where we were going to have meetings. And it looked like I was pushing everything towards CTAC for Seattle side. And so I would like to reopen the floor in terms of where we held meetings. The first one being, we chose to have June meeting at CTAC, but I would be open to the idea of saying we'll go to Spokane. We regularly go to Spokane. April meeting is currently scheduled for Bothell. UW Bothell is not being supportive or reactive to Greg's requests for working with them and having the meetings there and doing the meet and greet like we did at Gonzaga. So I would also like to entertain that perhaps April's meeting is someplace else also, and maybe that's Spokane. So we right now, do you have the
You read the calendar up?
Yeah, I can,
yeah,
let me
would you
scroll
bring
down.
it up so I'm not saying something that's not correct.
Let me scooch this out. It's a big one this time.
And Greg will go over this further, but we have a tentative agreement to go to Pullman next October. He's gonna also say to them, hey, our April's open if you'd prefer, but it is a lot of work to prepare for these meetings and meet and greets, and so we may just keep it October.
You'll see that kind of bright blue.
So bright blue, CTAC in February. The April one is open for grabs. June, we said CTAC. August, we said,
CTAC.
oh, I thought I had made that one virtual. Okay, no, that was my
Not
latest
quite yet.
thinking. Yes, I was going to suggest that perhaps August is always complicated because of the national meeting, 19th, 20th. So what if we did a virtual meeting in August, like the old COVID days? And then October is Pullman, and I believe December was back here. So any comments, discussion before we have a motion?
So were you saying that April, instead of being in Bothell, would be in CTEC?
I was.
Or are you
kinda
saying
saying, let's
that's supposed to be-
readjust these, and I don't think we have to have a motion, this is just discussion and decisions. And so the question is, April and June, do we have choices for other locations? Yes.
I believe, I'm looking at Shannon behind you too, staff would request that we do have a motion for at least at the minimum, the in direction for the others, but for June, because that's our regular annual meeting. Shannon, what she does in December, is she submits to the code revisor, basically our rulemaking
Okay.
agenda plan. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shannon, I don't have the right word, but we need to give them. Yeah, so we need to give them a
Good.
date and location and time in December. We submit to them.
For the June meeting.
Correct.
And it is a little bit different than normal because it's going to be a Monday, Tuesday, because Thursday is the holiday on the 19th. And so on the 16th, 17th would be the meeting, which would allow travel on, say, Sunday night, 15th. And so that one we want to have a motion on since it's got to be turned in. So it could be staying at CTAC, which we've already approved, or there could be a motion to propose a different location.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that the board approve the relocation of the June board meeting 2025 from the advertised location. Bothell, it's in CTAC. It's in CTAC.
Yeah, April's was potentially Bothell.
I'll withdraw that motion. I'm fine with CTAC.
Okay, CTAC in June, and nobody is suggesting that we change the official annual meeting location at this point. So the others are just discussion then. Is there a discussion that perhaps in April we would be interested in going to Spokane? Or at a minimum CTAC instead of Bothell, because Bothell requires rental cars and things like that. And they didn't have space for us, they said. So
I think they rebuffed us.
I mean, it could be downtown Seattle, it could be anywhere your heart desires. Often we were going to Vancouver when we had a Vancouver board member. But we don't get a lot of attendance from others. Mike?
Yeah, if I may, Ray, did you reach out to UW Tacoma at all, just to see conceptually whether they'd be interested in us? They didn't respond either.
3 tribes.
Okay.
And several different people. And
Gonzaga is much more receptive.
Those eggs.
Right 3 times.
Apologize on behalf of my alma mater.
Would the board consider, we now have 2 members also in a generally one location, Tri-Cities area. Now you're proposing still going over to
We're going to Pullman in
October.
We have 3 members and sort of me that were okay with the Bothell location that time. So we have 3 members if we want to go to Everett or
Vashon Island.
go to Vashon Island. Definitely
Want to live on Vashon?
host.
And we could always come back to Olympia.
And we can go to Olympia.
We could find a
So-
place to host in the Tri-Cities pretty easily if we wanted to.
county could
I think,
provide
well,
location.
Ooh.
Not the red line.
no. I would use our building, we have conference rooms and
No. The red line is
free.
Yeah.
No conflict of interest with us using county facilities.
We have state agencies and things all.
Okay.
It's preferred, actually.
Anybody have interest in saying, June would be,
Or I was maybe April.
I'm sorry, not
That
June,
would work out
April.
great for me because I was gonna do April virtually anyways, because we're leaving right after that.
Ah.
So that's a good April in Pullman.
Tri-Cities.
Tri-Cities.
I'm sorry.
It's all the same over there to you, isn't it?
Pass mile mark 52 and start going down the hill and it's all the same.
Okay,
It's all just wheat fields from there.
First time I
pay
heard
attention now.
some city
April
side,
in Tri-Cities.
Mount Bellevue.
Does that sound okay to everybody? April Tri-Cities, okay.
Yes.
It's about 10 degrees
August.
warmer down there than
Virtual.
Spokane, yeah.
Yeah.
Virtual will
That made us
make things easier on staff. It will make things easier for travel arrangements. I'm suggesting August is virtual
And for the record, with a physical location in Olympia.
with a physical.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Since it's virtual and I still don't like virtual meetings, it'd be good to attempt to make August mainly NCAAS motions and that sort of thing.
If not completed, right.
Do we,
Yeah.
this year in August, we had the training the day before. Are we gonna have that again? Is that an annual thing?
Yeah, Shannon and I and Elizabeth, we haven't discussed it yet for this coming year, but we try to do it annually. So it's where it's been falling last few years.
Could it
That would
be October?
Could be a different time frame. Absolutely.
Yeah, either June or October's meeting, and we
Maybe it should
limit
be-
August to minimal committee meetings and NCEES motions that have to be discussed.
Maybe it should be June, so since June's in CTAC, because we had other people who were there for that, right?
Right, yeah, more
Um,
staff has to show up for
right,
that one than
right.
other meetings, so I think that's a
October's
great
in
idea.
Poland, then we don't
Yeah.
want other people to have to, or they would have to. work.
Right.
She's attended to a lot of trainings too, and that would make it more convenient for them.
Okay, Mackenzie, would you read down what you have so that we all are saying the same thing?
So we had no change for the annual meeting in June. We're going to still meet in CTAC. August will be moved to a virtual meeting, very minimal items focusing on the annual EES meeting or necessary items we need to address. That will be virtual, but a physical location in Olympia. And then April will be in the Tri-Cities.
Okay, everything else stays the same.
Not at a red line.
Definitely no
Not
red
at the
line.
red line.
You know,
I'll have our.
You Bryce.
Were you there for that?
No, I was here about it.
Okay, moving right along. That's the end of new business, item 5. I'm moving right into item
It was
6.
pretty random.
Can we look at I think lunch is here. Yes?
What? Oh, yeah, that's why I left that. Kind of showed up really fancy.
So-
That went and checked everything out ahead of time.
I'm kind of hoping to get some people out early. And I'm wondering if the next 2 full sections are something that we can cover within, say, 45 minutes and then have lunch. Just so those that feel a need to escape early can do so. Does anybody have an issue with just continuing ahead?
Are we bringing lunch in here anyway?
Set up in the break room right now.
Right, but then
So are they individual or are they
Same as me,
buffet?
so like buffet, you gotta build your own plate.
Build your own.
I'd say if we want to get through the rest of the meeting to be able to wrap up, we want to make sure we're recognizing the meals with meetings. That timeframe we have planned.
Right.
Yeah. It's very specific.
Rice and hot food.
So
Some
are
of it
you
is
saying
so-
we can't work through lunch because I had said we were gonna take a break?
Well, the break that we have scheduled is the perfect time to be able to grab our food and we could come sit back down if we'd like, but I would, when we're working through the full meeting and ending the meeting, we cannot have lunch at the end once the meeting
Right.
has concluded.
Paid for by the board.
Correct.
Okay, but if we were to go get our lunches now
Yes.
and come back at 12:15 and 8, like we used to,
Yeah, exactly.
then we could do that.
Yes.
Not
All
to
right.
mention, the food, some of the food is hot, so we might utilize that.
I see, okay. Aaron, we're trying to keep things moving ahead, so we are going to grab lunch and come back at 12:15 and work while munching. Is that okay with you? Up, down?
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Okay.
I'll just-
Excellent. Then we will see you then, and same with Elizabeth and Vanna. Sorry for the delay, but we're going to take a break, and we'll be back at 12:15. So please stop the recording.
Now.
All right, we are back on.
All right, we're back in session. Board of Registration for Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors, special board meeting on December 12th, 2024. And we are on item 6.1, financial report. Do we have Ian with us?
We do.
Wonderful. Hi, Ian. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
In your packet is a letter from Ian reporting on the recent revenues and expenses for the last few months. And he presented and discussed it with the executive committee yesterday. Ian, would you just give us your brief summary of the last few months?
Yeah, absolutely. So this report contains 2 additional months since financials were last presented at the prior board meeting, September and October. In September and October, the monthly revenues were a bit elevated over the monthly averages. Nothing of concern, but a bit elevated over normal. Expenses have been right on par. In the short term, we're looking very good. We're looking healthy by the end of this biennium, June 2025. We are looking at a fund balance increase of approximately 150,000 to perhaps 250,000. And then in the mid to long term, we're really looking at changes in expense levels due to changes the agency's made with staffing and some other miscellaneous costs. We're also in the mid to long term really monitoring the changes in revenues, which will mostly be impacted by the change in renewal fees that will be upcoming shortly.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions for Ian?
Thank you, sir.
In our executive committee report, I discussed the comments that you made concerning the governor's budget coming out and the legislative look at some of the concerns of debt issue, like that.
State.
State budget shortfalls. Here we go. And that you're watching it for us and that we'll have further information as we go along. So appreciate that. We have the fee increase moving forward, and that will take place 1st of January. And Ian is tracking and projecting, based on that coming down the line, so.
So everything went good with that? It's all in the system with,
The fee changes.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Shannon could speak to that a little bit more. We want to talk about how we're doing with the process for fee changes.
Well, we was filed. So,
You're talking about Department of License.
Oh, yeah.
It seemed like there was a deadline that we had to hit. Yeah,
Everything's on track with Department of License.
that's great.
okay,
And it's gonna cost us. So I don't have my notebook with me,
It was under 5.
it took 28 hours work. So it's, just about $4,000.
I thought they were giving some of it to us for free. Is what the programmers told.
Some of it, yeah. So we do have a reduced cost. So it's not as expensive as we thought it was gonna be. So that was good.
Does anyone have any other questions or comments to Ian about the financial report? Hearing none. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate you joining us yesterday and again today for the report.
You're welcome, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Moving on to 6.2, agency operations. Chris?
Yeah, so I just want to make a couple comments on the financial end. Some of you may have heard that the state has an estimated 10 to 15 billion deficit for the next 4-year budget. I saw that the governor's budget is going to come out December 20th. We don't know what that's going to look like yet. So, like Ian said, he's keeping an eye on possible fund sweeps, but there's no need to panic yet. There was also directive from the governor on a freeze for hiring, travel, purchases over $10,000, and I know I'm missing another freeze, but
Goods and services.
goods and services contracts. But it only applied to cabinet agencies only. So agencies that are directly under the governor. So Mackenzie and I met with Ian just to make sure, is there anything we need to do? Does this apply to us at all? No, it does not. The fact that we're, lowering some traveling costs anyway, because of staff not going to every board meeting and a couple of other things. And he said, really, it's just if we're out and about, if we're doing travel and we get questioned about it, he said, just have a good statement of explanation. Okay, that didn't apply to us. This is part of the work that we do. So really just being prepared if somebody questions why we're not part of that freeze directive. Any questions about that? Nope. Okay. Agency operations. By now, you've all met Randy Garcia is our new investigator. And so I feel like he's taking on cases already as the investigator. So any of you that are case managers, we're kind of making that shift a little bit with him and Jill. So just be prepared. Ken and I are continuing to work on agency culture along with our leadership group. And we're really starting with accountability of our team agreement. So we created each staff member has an accountability buddy. And they teamed up to practice holding each other accountable to the team agreement. And then once they get comfortable, then it'll spread to the rest of the group. So we continue to move forward and work on setting a really good culture in the agency. Yeah. We are in the process of purchasing a printer dedicated to printing wall certificates. So we can do it ourselves instead of using the state printing service. It will greatly reduce costs, errors, increase efficiency. We're moving towards a lot of lean processes in the office. And this is just one more thing we've been looking at for a while. Also, we'll be able to send the licenses out in a more timely manner, or the wall certificates in a more timely manner out to the licensees. So, you know, right now it's because it goes through state printing, DES, special paper, special size, special, you know, it's very costly. Also, just the cost of shipping alone. So we are going to make it a more standard size. So the EIT will be in, or the EIT, LSRT will continue to be in a vertical format, and then the professional licenses will be in the horizontal format still. So Bryce's, if any of you want to see the cost reduction, Bryce put together a very nice cost savings analysis for us. So you can see some of those differences and why we're moving forward with this. So, yeah. And a couple hands off to Aaron.
Aaron?
Yeah, I would like to see Bryce's breakdown on that. And then just off the cuff, what is the cost difference from what we're doing now versus what the proposal is?
Well, the current size in 1 year is the cost, this is 1 year? Yes, the cost is 15,000 to 16,000. And the proposed cost will be 8,000. So it's about half.
And that's spread out. How many certificates get sent out? I mean, what's that relate to in per?
Yeah.
That was 2000. That was the amount is 2018 certificates during that period that were sent out, and that's
Okay,
just
so
PE and PLS.
For 2,000, it would cost about 16 grand.
Did you hear them, Aaron?
No, I did not hear that.
About 2,000 of them cost $15,000 to $16,000.
They're $8.
Yeah, so $8 a certificate, and then we just had a cost increase or a fee increase to the renewals, right? Or the so I just want to make sure that we're also cognizant that the fees are going towards something at which the registrants are benefiting from. There's a true benefit when engineers become licensed, when they pass all their qualifications and they become licensed within the state, just like the PLSs. It's a big deal. It should always be a big deal. It's a huge career advancement and a huge threshold. And I'm not saying anything from the cost, but it is a benefit, a direct benefit to the applicant who gets their license.
Yeah, they're still getting this wall certificate. It'll be on the same paper. It'll have the gold seal, all of that. So
I do have an example if anyone wants to see it. I created an example of what it would look like versus the current standard.
a mock-up.
I don't know. Do you guys want me to?
Yeah, stand up, right?
Okay. So
Vanna White it.
here. So this is Chris's current standard one, the huge one. All right. Odd size, 10.5 by 13. Very odd size. The standard size would be reduced down to something a little smaller, all with the same information. It's just a little more compact. Really, what I find is there's a lot of dead space and a lot of the text, a lot of the everything is spread out, very large. It's not like it can't be condensed, and it's not going to look bad, in my opinion, but it's up to you.
Matt?
So I would
It's-
make one
but-
comment for standardizing, whether we go with 8.5 by 11 or a different size, they ought to be a standard photo size, because everyone right now has to have a custom frame made for.
Right.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was the biggest cost. They had to pay a couple $100 to frame it.
Sounds like a
Well-
membership benefit.
Right.
Additionally, just some additional items to think about. The larger paper that we do for the large wall certs need to be cut specifically. We pay for them, the state to cut the paper to fit what we need. And the paper is hard to find. So it really is difficult to get that size. And mailing wise, you'll see this in Bryce's breakdown. We are charged because of that large size. It's about what, like an inch, less than an inch
Half inch.
over, half inch. So the machine that processes them, it's a totally different, they have to do a totally different process. They can't just put it in the machine and send it out.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, so it goes out as a package because the envelope is a half inch bigger than the accounted size to be shipped out as, standard, like large letter.
Yeah.
The flat rate, yeah, letter. Even with the larger size ones, they have a sort of zone cost based on like if it's Western Washington, or I'm talking Washington, West Coast versus if it's going to East Coast, you'll see a little bit of a difference in the shipping under the PEPLS because of the zones. It's really hard to calculate to a T unless I, went line for line each certificate and where it's being sent. So it's that's why it's a little bit of a fluctuation in that 15,000 rate. But if it's international or if it's that large size, it becomes an exponentially higher shipping cost versus that size over there. It's a $2.04 flat rate no matter where it goes. There's no variance in charge.
Why is that part blurry?
I just did a snip. It's just a rough draft. It's a snip from an old sheet. That's just kind of an example.
Okay.
It's not the prototype.
Okay.
Just an example.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
So it's a mock-up. Yeah.
Maureen?
Why is Mike before me on there?
Are they listed in order of importance?
No, it's an old certificate. It's an old. I'll make sure your name's first.
I was just gonna suggest that there be something on our website about the change.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, I work in an office that have, people who have their PEs and people who just passed or going to test. And we're a bunch of engineers, right? We will notice that the new certificates are smaller than the old ones, and why is yours bigger than mine?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
so
remember the
we'll
numbers.
give it out. Send me a message, be a constant contact. We'll have it on our website. We'll put it on our LinkedIn. Greg will come up with a beautiful message.
Well, and I think it's another example of the agency going through to try to be lean, like you said, Chris, and that is something that people understand. And it's just, just to make sure that people know, yes, we understand we've made this change, but there are a lot of reasons that we're doing it, trying to be more cost effective.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
people
that's
look up there.
a good point to emphasize that. So we appreciate the staff going through this exercise and so carefully.
I
So
would mention, I would assume we'll be getting an influx of AMR requests, for this new certificate, if that's the case, if-
Account maintenance request.
Yeah, so it would be someone requesting like a reprint of their wall certificate, for example. I would imagine there might be an influx a little bit if, people heard about.
Like if some people didn't frame theirs because it was gonna cost
Yeah.
$200, then maybe they were like, oh, I'd get the smaller one.
I want the
to
new
buy a frame.
Yeah.
Right. We are.
Right. let's
Okay,
move
moving on.
on.
We do have an accountability audit ongoing. It won't be done until around the end of January. We've had Marjorie and Doug attended the entrance meeting. They're looking at application approval process, accounts payable, and our purchase cards, gross wages and overtime, and completion. Oh, and then completed by end of January. So this is not a financial audit, it's an accountability audit, making sure we're following proper policies, processes, and the laws. So McKinsey has done a ton of work on that. Vaughn is working on a bunch of stuff right now. Shannon's helped with it. Bryce has a lot of staff input on that. I just want to note that Vaughn did submit the annual report to NCES on the number of licenses in our jurisdiction. Thank you, Vonna. So if any of you are interested in those numbers, let me know. We can pass those along. But it breaks it down by resident licensed engineer, non-resident licensed engineer, and same with surveyor. And then number of dual licenses, which is 45. And non-resident dual license, which is 16. And that's all I got.
Aaron, you have a hand up?
Yeah, I was going to ask a question regarding the accountability audit. I know that I reached out late last week, I believe, or maybe it's before. There was a line in there about the summary and what they talked about, and I was a little confused, and I need more clarity, and I think other people in the room may need more clarity on what that accountability audit focuses on and does not focus on. My question was regarding the line with that said that about is it about cases or complaints or applications specific?
It's about applications, Aaron, and I thought I had responded in an email to you about, okay, was there something
No, I just want to be sure that the process that we have with our board and EQC and processes, it also aligns with the professional responsibility that we have. And it's not just okay, we need to spin out so many applications in such a strict time frame, that we are taking the time to evaluate these applications responsibly to the public. I don't want to.
We know we are.
We know we
very
are
responsible in that way, and the audit is looking at our laws and basically our applications, or a couple of the applications that perhaps we've approved or disapproved, to compare in that way. Our accountability, not in a financial way, but our accountability in terms of how we apply our laws. I don't think they're going to look at how long it takes us to evaluate each and every application. They're looking to make sure that we're legally following our requirements as an agency. So,
In short, what they're asking for specifically to the application review is they're looking for the full completed application for 60 to 70 individuals that they've randomly selected. Any review, communication, approval that is tied to that, all supporting documents that were submitted, and then proof the fee is paid. Just like Christina said, they're checking, and I'm sorry, Marjorie, that against our laws and rules.
But they are not verifying whether we approved an applicant for sitting for the exam based on the laws of an 8-year experience versus verification. Are they doing that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And who is doing that?
So they are interpreting and assessing how we comply with our own rules. So it is a judgment question that we certainly brought up. You know, where were you qualified to make this assessment? But that's where they're going to talk to us if they feel they have a different assessment.
Aaron, to answer maybe your question, I think of what you're asking is every week, Ken and I sit down with licensing staff and we look at applications, and Ken and I vet them and approve them. And if there's one we feel needs to go to EQC, it goes to EQC, or it goes to a board member for review.
Yeah, and I'm fully behind our process, but an audit by someone not within our process, are they going to make the same approvals or judgments as the people within this room?
No, they're not making a judgment if, hey, you approve someone you shouldn't. They just want to make sure that we are approving people all the same, that it's the process, we're following the process, and that's it.
They're gonna get confused with the couple.
So we will hear more about this as we go along, and I'm gonna stay in touch with Mackenzie on how it's proceeding, so. Chris, last item on the agency, did you want to talk about the new position and the applications that you received? Just
Yeah, we did put out recruitment for what we call an MA4, which is a management analyst for, which will be essentially our internal control officer, for lack of a better term. That recruitment closed this last Sunday. We do have 3 or 4 people that we're looking to interview the second full week of January. So we'll probably want a board member on that interview panel. If anyone would like to be on the panel and have time, let me know.
Is that virtual or in person?
As a board member, you could be virtual, but we're gonna have the applicants be in person.
What is that position impact?
It's going to, it's kind of hard to explain. The position is going to be kind of I don't want to say a project manager because it's not really it, but they're going to really be looking at our strategic plan, moving us forward, where the steps we need to take, breaking things down, making sure we're doing them. What else is on the horizon? Technology, looking at technology changes. So really, like, first thing I want them to look at is getting our law reviews for applicants in some sort of electronic format instead of paper, because I spent a year on it and didn't get anywhere. So we need someone to take that ball and run with it. We have maybe the computer-based testing. I mean, Ken and I have a whole list of things we're gonna have. Person really, there'll be a main contact with like Department of Licensing and Department of Health and, different agencies also. So.
Take some of those items off your.
Right, so we start and we're trying and we don't get, it falls to the bottom of our list a lot and they're going to be able to keep things moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
So it was my understanding that MA4 would have the authority on some of the licensure application decisions.
No, that's the licensing department is still going to stay under my supervision. That may change in the future. It just depends on the person, this is a brand new position. So it's going to take a year for us to really figure out. We think we know what it's going to be, but until you really get the person in it, I mean, Greg can attest to that. He came into a brand new position, so.
All right. That sounds good. Any other items under the director's report? Let's move on to additional public comment. No public, right?
No public.
Nope. Okay, 7.1 down, 7.2. Oh, actually, I want to stop. There are interesting charts that Vonna has made for licensing.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to mention that.
In your packet, and so if you have questions, they're very interesting to see how things have changed over time. She's continuing to kind of work on formatting and things like that, so they'll be perhaps a little bit different next time, but if you have comments or questions for Vonna, please reach out to her directly. Copy Chris.
And thank you, Vonna, for putting those together.
Yeah, I really appreciate them. All right, so we are moving down to upcoming outreach and events. And Greg, do you want to talk about that first?
Sure, I'll go through these quickly here. Coming up the end of January on the 30th, beginning on the 30th, Home and Garden Show at the Tacoma Dome. We have a booth with 3 different subjects. Don't cut corners, which is our push to make sure that homeowners and landowners always hire a licensed professional engineer, land surveyor, or also septic safety, fall hazards, and also get kids into surveys. There'll be a lot of parents there too. Coming up at the end of February, the 26th, the state LSAW conference in Tulalip. This year we'll have 4 presentations, and also the first time we've had a booth at LSAW. as well. So, and then also I wanted to mention one that doesn't get much notice yet. It is March 6th and 8th. It is the Washington Industrial Technology Education Association in Wenatchee, having their conference. And I already had struck a deal with LSAW to share booth space with them.
We also have WOSA coming up.
And we have WOSA coming up. That's right before the Home and Garden Show. But,
January 23 and
Yeah.
to 25.
the week before. So that is what we have coming up in outreach events in the next few months.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
Aaron has his hand.
Aaron?
Are there board members or pro tems that are going to be at these various events, or just staff? You agree?
Yes. There will be both.
Yeah, Greg's been coordinating that.
Okay,
Yeah, I put
excellent.
out a notice of save the date, especially for the Tacoma Dome, the Home and Garden Show. That's over 4 days, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll need some help with that. And early next week, I'll put out a sign-up sheet for that, so.
Okay.
And the on-site designers?
Yes. Yeah, I've got one already that'll be there a couple times. Rick Wilkerson will be there a couple of times for that, he's promised. And I think there's a couple of other names that are being circulated, so.
Yeah, Rick's good with that.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
we'll have that tightened up probably in the next week and a half, 2 weeks at the most.
Any other upcoming outreach and events items from anyone else? All right. Board and staff affiliate involvement. That is our idea. I mean, that's our placeholder for things involving NCWS. I want to encourage quick summaries on those. If people have involvement and activities going on that the board needs to participate or needs to be aware of. I'm going to start it off by saying that I'm very involved in the structural exam development with NCWS, was back for 4 days in Greenville for a PAC study in November. And there was a lot of conversation among the people who are writing the exam and who've been working on it for many years about the difficulty that's happening with the reference material on the computer based testing. And one of the things to keep in mind is that the structural exam uses, don't have a count, but let's say 25 references, whereas a lot of the other disciplines have just a few references. So there's a lot more reference material. A lot more of the structural exam uses the reference material for lookup on the various problems. And currently, complaints are getting started among the states that give the SE. Not every state has SE requirements. But a number of the structural engineers associations and the National Council of Structural Engineers are starting to send complaint letters to NCWS about problems with the process of the exam, not the content of the exam, but the process and the computer facilities and things. And NCWS recently responded to a 5-page letter from the Structural Engineers of Illinois, basically just kind of pushing back saying, you know, it is what it is. I'm just really summarizing, so it's a lot more complex than that. The Structural Engineers Association of Washington reached out to me. I spoke with them Tuesday night, and they had sent out a survey to young members who took the exam and gained a lot of feedback from them in terms of the complexity. And so I'm going to be working with them in terms of, you know, how we proceed with NCWS. But the other part of the issue is that the passing rate for the April exams, we talked earlier about the fact that they haven't released the October um, results and exams. There's 4 parts to this exam people have to take. 2 of them are offered any time of year. 2 of them are on specific dates twice a year. And the April exam, 1 person in Washington passed. I don't know what the number of people passing overall, but it was a 14% pass rate on 1 piece of the exam that adds up to your total passing in order to get licensed. And 14% is a very low pass rate compared to previous years. So there are a lot more structural engineers associations that are complaining about that. And there should be boards that are concerned about that. At the annual meeting, 1 board member from Oklahoma said, we just passed a law to get a Title Act for structural engineers. And then we had to turn around and tell our legislature that no one in the state passed. So there's an issue with whether legislatures are going to say, hey, wait a minute, this is kind of a barrier to licensure. I want to just make the board aware that this is going on. Dave and I are going to kind of be pushing forward with Western Zone and structural, or those states that have structural licensing to get some kind of a combined response to NCAAS on some things have got to change.
Does
Jim,
this have, could this be a result of some decoupling of those states? Are those people that have taken this not having experience?
the passing rate definitely could. And they would not give me number of years of experience of people that took it. But I complained to them 1.5 years ago when I sat in on a cuts board meeting that the way you access reference material on this 24-inch screen that has half of it is your problem statement and complex diagrams that you try to blow up and look at, that format is very, very difficult. You can have 1 reference page open and, oh shoot, now I need to go look at something in a different reference. It closes out this one completely. So to get back to it, you have to scroll pages and things like that. I mean, it's complex. And a lot of it has to do with the computer centers. So we can't necessarily say the pass rate has to do with decoupling. We don't know sort of how it fits. And I don't want pass rates to be based on previous history for that various reason. But we've got to deal with we don't want to test people on their lookup ability and scrolling speed. So, Aaron, you had hand up, hand down. You okay?
I'm okay. I can chime in when called upon after your report.
Yeah, that was all I wanted to say is
Oh.
that I'll let the board know that I'm going to need support. We're going to look for support from other boards in order to address this issue with NCAAS because the associations are not getting much movement from them. So that's all.
Yeah, I was just going to add that this is a priority for NCAAS. It is something that I just had 5 conversations aside with the board of directors, the structural leadership. Marjorie is spot on. Much of it is the technology restrictions, if you will. Pearson VUE being the psychometrician and the way that applicants and candidates can take the exam. There are some limiting factors. Using 1 reference and needing that to be open at the same time that you need another one and another one. Having a single screen environment or even a dual screen environment is sometimes restricting so it's all being looked at. I also got a response from Jason Solter, who's working with Marjorie on structural. Pearson VUE is right now reviewing the October exam information and cut score information, and so that's being done at the NCAAS level as well. So yeah, Marjorie's spot on that. From the standpoint of the Western Zone, I have, of course, had the pleasure of working with Dave as secretary, and so I don't think that he's definitely one that sits back and waits for things to happen at the Western Zone. He's a huge advocate of this board. He's a huge advocate for the engineering community, profession, and industry. So right now, this is straw poll, so don't hold me to this, but right now I think the advocates that we have at Western Zone, especially through NCAAS, is greater right now than it ever has been for our Washington board. And the advocates that we have all the way up the chain is unprecedented. So, and that's only becoming greater. Some of the things that are going on.
Can I
Yeah, go ahead.
ask you to stop for just 1 second, Aaron?
Sure.
We had thought that the meeting was going to be a little shorter, as it is, but the people who are going to the airport need to leave right around 1. And so leave when you need to leave. I believe what we have left is just summarizing our action items and our agenda items for next time. I want Aaron to continue with his comments about the Western Zone, but I just want to let you guys know that there's no other decision-making coming, and you may sneak out quietly and we'll take care of the rest of the issues, so.
Okay,
Please
appreciate
continue.
that. So, yeah, so being that advocate at the Western Zone is huge. There are going to be some very critical decisions that need to be made at the zone level that will move into the annual meeting next year in New Orleans. So the information that we are going to look at for motions, not only at our zone meeting, but the annual meeting will be coming out sooner. And we'll need to look at those as part of our board. Again, kudos for those members that are so active within the zone. It's taken a lot to get to this, including our executive director, Ken, is involved within NCAAS, and Jill has been involved with law enforcement. So I've asked Marjorie through the Western Zone to chair the newly formed mobility committee at Western Zone. So she is also going to be in that capacity as well. So talking about not only comedy licensure, making applications more consistent across our zone, but also dipping our toe into the international process and ensuring that we look at that as well. As far as the records, I did want to say that, and we had this on our agenda item earlier in the meeting, as far as who on the NCAAS record, who is reviewing experience and verification, who's doing that verification. I had a response back from NCAAS that a licensee is actually reviewing those NCAAS records for experience and verification. And so it's not by someone who doesn't know engineering or surveying. It's by an actual licensed individual. So that's all I have.
Great. Any comments or questions for Aaron? Super. Thank you, Aaron. Moving on to action items from the meeting. Mackenzie?
Great. So EQC to move forward with necessary changes for RCW and WAC to decouple experience from examination for PE, PLS, and SE. Mackenzie to send NCEES names of funded Western Zone meeting delegates. Assist Mike with his registration and keep in contact with Maureen about timing and registrations. Those who are attending are going to be Aaron, Dave, Doug, Marjorie, and Mike for sure. Marjorie and maybe. Maureen. Thank you. Sorry. Maureen. Mackenzie to adjust board meeting dates, April to Tri-Cities, August to be minimal items, really only what's necessary. Looking at those NCEES motions, it's going to be virtual with virtual with a physical location in Olympia. And number 4, board staff to move forward with the concise explanatory statement in CR 103 for WAC 196 pronoun usage as discussed in this meeting. Did I miss any?
No, there's some from committees, but for the main board meeting, I think that covers it.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Aaron, is it a action item?
Well, did we include staff at the zone meeting, going to the zone meeting, or no?
Staff is not going.
No staff. Oh,
At the zone.
okay, I did not know that.
Well,
So we don't have representation for
Staff.
So Ken's not going?
NBA.
besides Ken. Ken will be, as far as I know.
Yeah, and no other staff.
Okay, that's what I meant. So we will have an MBA.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Then is there any additional agenda items for the next meeting?
Yeah, the first one is really more of just an FYI because it's going to be closed session, but we'll have the agency director evaluation. Just want to keep that on everybody's radar. Marjorie, I'll be giving you some more information as we get a little closer. That'll be at the February meeting. Number 2, we'll be addressing application work experience verifiers and possible changes that would be potentially recommended from EQC.
Okay. Is there anything that has to go on the agenda for the audit report? Perhaps we want to
Possibly,
discuss it.
yeah.
On new business.
By February, we might have some, more information.
We'll
to talk
certainly have some
about.
feedback.
We'll list it for now and see where it lies on the agenda.
Okay.
Let's see, verifiers. And number 3, 1843 changes. That's talking about adding professional in front of engineer and land surveyors. That's going to need some doctoring when we get there.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can start moving that forward.
And then number 4, the attestation concerning applicant knowledge of Washington building codes and standards.
Mhm.
And that was what I captured.
Okay. Any other, Aaron?
So I tried to look in the minutes of last meeting. Was there a vote to, or was there action to have Jim Wengler be a emeritus member? I just wanted to ask.
We did not have a motion for that at the last meeting, but we did continue through with the process of nominating him for consideration by NCEES as an emeritus member. That's following our NCEES emeritus policy we created last year.
Okay, so does that need to be on next agenda item to actually approve him for emeritus status, or no?
Per the policy, we don't require that.
Okay.
The chair made that decision.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that he's on there because I want to use him.
He is.
Enjoy.
And then we do have one public member who's joined us since we started. We're past the public comment period. Give them an opportunity.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Matt Edge, engineer. I just moved here from Alaska. We opened an office here just downstairs. I just happened to run into Bryce on Wednesday. He said, "Hey, we're having this meeting upstairs. Wanted to pop in and see what it's like." So I just thought I'd stop by. So
Great, well.
thank you.
Thank
So,
you, Matt.
right downstairs, and home base is in Anchorage, but yeah,
What kind of engineering?
we're full service, so we have civil, structural, electrical, mechanical, geotech, environmental, and land surveying. I have all those licenses.
And remind, what company is it? What's your company?
CRW Engineering Group. If you're downstairs in the hallway, you'll see a
I
little
noticed that.
thing in the window. So just me right now, but we'll get more people here soon. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you.
All right. I believe that is all the business. And didn't we decide we don't have to do the motion to adjourn anymore, even though it's fun?
We do. We do.
Yeah, we always
We
want
do.
to
We
smack
have to
yeah.
make the motion?
I'm looking at Shannon thinking, do we? Elizabeth, do we? I say we do.
So T,
I mean,
I
you don't, but you can go ahead and do it anyway.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
moved and seconded. Any discussion?
It's true, we can't vote on anything, can we?
Oh, well.
This meeting will have to
Well,
continue.
Two,
Do we have-
three,
do we have a
two,
quorum?
three.
I'm not voting up right
yeah,
You
we
could be if we need to.
Oh, if I need to?
we could, but
Well, I guess we don't need to vote on it.
meeting adjourned.
Fall on it.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, everybody online.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.